Namaste, કેમ છો? રામ રામ ભાઈચારાને. સત શ્રી અકાલ. Ahoy. Surikhap. Kasakai Barakai. Namaskara. Ayubowan. Vanakkam Ahmedabad.
You just can't miss the scenic Sabarmati riverfront or the majestic and record-breaking Narendra Modi Stadium, where every success is celebrated with energy-packed Dandiya and Garba. Welcome to the Kensville Golf and Country Club, the place where flora, fauna and families meet together. Situated in the idyllic location of Devdolra, 40 kilometers from Ahmedabad, it is surrounded by places of historical, cultural and environmental significance. Kensville is home to one of India's leading championship venues, which has hosted many prestigious international and domestic tournaments. PGTI returns to Kensville after 6 years with the second edition of the Ahmedabad Open 2025 presented by Indusind Bank.
Chandigarh's Harindra Gupta, the halfway leader, carded a 75 in the penultimate round to drop down to tied second place at 400-212. Mysoru's Chandra, the only player to have not returned an overpass score in the tournament, came up with a second straight 70 to gain one spot and join Harindra Gupta in tied second position. But it was Sri Lanka's Thangaraja who found his way back to the top of the leaderboard and made his good putting form count as he pulled ahead into an imposing 5-shot lead in round 3 of the 1 crore Ahmedabad Open 2025.
Good morning and welcome to round 4, final day, championship day of the Ahmedabad Open presented by Indusind Bank at the picturesque and sprawling Kensville Golf and Country Resort. With 54 holes played, we have Thangaraja of Sri Lanka, experienced 4-time winner, past winner on the PGTI, in the lead, comfortably in the lead, leading by 5. On a difficult day 3, as we saw yesterday, he grinded it out to post a 3 under par, and on a total of 9 under for the tournament, has given him what should be a very, very comfortable cushion going into today's final round. It's going to be a tense day, it's going to be a difficult day for everybody, but with a 5-shot cushion that Thanga has over the lead, over the field, essentially with Chandra of Mysore and Chandigarh's Harindra Gupta are his closest competitors, but they are 5 strokes on 2 each, which actually makes, in a sense, gives them also a very clear-cut picture of what they need to do, and at the same time hope that Thanga has a difficult day on the course, which is the only way, or probably, that he will give this event away. Alongside me is a co-commentator Rakesh Rao. Rakesh, your thoughts on what we are likely to see today?
Yeah, Rahul, a very good morning to you and our viewers. It's going to be a very challenging day for the Indians here because you have an overseas contender who's already 5 shots ahead. And I think all the conservative play which we saw yesterday, that won't work. If you need to make it happen, you'll have to be aggressive off the tee, off the fairway, no more layups. I think you'll have to just straight away go for it, at least in the first half. Yesterday, what we saw was and there you have one of our first starters trying to gauge, getting his thoughts together. Yeah, so as I was saying, a lot of challenges for the Indians here, especially Yashas and Harindra. And that's Hovercam for you, one of the prettiest sight on this course here. Um, and that's a fantastic idea that it gives to all those aspirants out there. Um,
Also, to our viewers, Rakesh, this
Yeah.
gives them an idea of what the players will be facing
yeah,
when they tee off on the very first hole today. It's a right to left fairway. So, and on one side you have rough, like we saw a couple of players going off and losing. Dhruv Sharan lost two shots on his very first hole yesterday.
yeah, true.
And for the longer hitters, they have to be mindful of the water which is on the right because the fairway curves just that much, from right to left. So there's a lot of lots at stake for everybody, and we will see Badal Hussain shortly. Badal actually is in the top 10, and like Rakesh was mentioning about the Indians, and it just reflects the international nature of the PGTI as it has become over the years, and especially in the last few years, that we have three nationalities represented in the top 10. In the lead, we have a Sri Lankan. In fourth place, we have an Italian. And on the camera and on the screen in front of you, Badal Hussain from Dhaka, which actually is just shows the trajectory the PGTA has been on in the last few years, and it's just getting bigger and better. The qualifying school, Rakesh, had a good number, something like 17 or 18 nationalities represented, in the course of which we have, I think, a few players from Nepal and the US and other countries who have actually got earned their tour cards for the 2025 season. And once again, a great shot of the complex, the Kensville Resort. Badal, experienced player, 34 years of age, landing for his tee shot. Like you were saying, Rakesh, with a certain amount of conservative player, you could see, he held back on the drive. He didn't really go at it full tilt. They know how important it is to maximize every stroke. Up next, Dhruv Sharan bases himself at the DLF Golf and Country Club, which will shortly be in the news at the end of the month as the host of the 58th edition of the Indian Open, Hero Indian Open. Dhruv had a difficult day yesterday but recovered well, opting not to use a driver. He's using a 3-wood by the looks of it. Yeah, he's gone left again for the second day in a row. I think he was hoping to avoid this by keeping the driver in the bag and pulling out the 3-wood, but result seems to be the same.
And that expression on his face, says it all. Yesterday he dropped two shots at the very opening hole there, and today again he couldn't quite keep it straight. I think he seems to have hooked it a bit.
Arjun Sharma, who bases himself in Greater Noida at the JP Greens, a steady presence on the tour for many years, and a solid third day. Looks like he's gone to the right, but that's safe. Finds a slope, and despite the rough, it comes back onto the fairway, so he's good. Arjun will feel that he's made a good start. Looks quite pleased with the result of his drive. Up next, we will have the flight of Ankur Chadha from the DGC, Varun Parik, the local boy who should have a lot of support because this is an event being played in Ahmedabad and he's from the city, and Michel Ortolani of Italy, followed by the lead group of Yashash Chandra, Harinder Gupta, and N. Thangaraja. Unusually, Rakesh, this is the same combination as yesterday. Doesn't very often happen
Pretty
very
much the
often.
same. Yeah, the top 10 remains almost
No,
there.
the lead group is the
Yeah,
same. I
yeah,
mean, the
the
same
same.
three faces we've seen since yesterday.
Yeah.
So, how much that will affect or reflect in today's proceedings, we will see. But definitely, Thanga has sort of established something what we call established the wood over his compatriots because he was in a slightly different league altogether yesterday. Made the most of the conditions. Like he said yesterday himself that after the round that his preference for hitting the ball on the lower side apparently helped him because it was on and off quite windy, and that sort of helped his game. And Shulkap held two over. This young man is from the Dholakwa, the Army Golf Course in Dholakwa, making his way into the professional world very recently, has had some steady results, particularly last year.
A narrow miss there.
Long putt actually
Yeah.
got it in, but maybe the pace was just a little too hot. Hit the rim and popped out. Anshul is playing alongside Manu Gandas and Jamal Hussain. Jamal, another player from Dhaka, very experienced, has tested plenty of success on the PGTI. Well, of course, we know Manu, former Order of Merit winner, spent a year in Europe on the basis of the PGTI's agreement with the DP World Tour, which hands full playing rights year on year to the player who finishes on top of the rankings, the PGTI rankings. And we are back with the group that just teed off from number one. Arjun Sharma strolling down the fairway, obviously quite unfazed by the fact that his ball almost left the fairway, but must have been happy to see it roll back onto the fairway itself, while Dhruv Shauran has pulled his ball way left again. Even the bunker would have been fine, Rakesh. Yesterday we saw Ravi Kumar, who was, I think, alongside Dhruv yesterday. He was in the bunker and he made a very good second shot, and you actually put it on the green, almost got a birdie.
Yeah, he had. I mean, he reached a green in regulation even after hitting the fairway bunker. Yeah, I mean, it also shows the confidence of our players these days. There was a time I remember, close to 30 years ago, bunker meant there was a high risk of dropping a shot. But I think the entire thinking has changed, the mindset has changed, and of course, players have worked much harder on their game. So you see a very different mindset of the players in the last few years, and especially ever since the PGTI took shape around 2005, say close to 20 years ago. A lot has changed, and you see the skill sets appear a lot different.
Taking his time over the shot. You could see by his reaction of the way his club fell away, that he was not too pleased. Instead of finding the green, Rakesh, he has gone left. Badal is, I think, playing a provisional because there's water just beyond that point. He's been forced to take us now what probably will be his fourth shot, because that ball found looks like it to have found water. This is the kind of pressure this course creates. First off, I mean, they must have spent time on the driving range warming up well. It's his second shot itself, Badal has strayed, and he's going to lose a couple of shots right here. This is unfortunate because, and I think it puts the lead that Thanga took from yesterday in context. A five-shot lead in an event, professional event, where the 54 hole leader score is 9 under, is actually a massive advantage, a massive
Huge,
cushion.
absolutely.
It's almost half the 3 day score. 9 under is the 3 day score, and he has a five-shot advantage. So he can actually just needs to cruise, but being a past winner, he probably will know. Thanga will know that that's the worst possible approach to adopt. That's when things can go wrong very very quickly. Arjun Sharma lining up for his second shot, well placed, the right edge of the fairway. Looks quite happy with the result.
It's on the green at least.
Pin is pushed way back today, Rakesh, to the far left, which means the field has the entire green to play with on approach, so it should be quite of some comfort. This is next from last group, comprising Ankur Chadha, Varun Parik, and Michelle Ottolani.
You mentioned about the lead, this 5 shot lead. It is actually going to dictate the way the players are going to approach their game today,
No, it's a very clear
especially the
cut
top
thing.
10,
Yeah.
especially the top 10.
If they want to have a chance of winning,
Yeah,
Rakesh,
yeah,
they have to put themselves under pressure from the word go.
absolutely.
Because a 5 shot gap on at a venue like this, it's a huge handicap for those behind, and we are talking about only the ones who are closest to him
Yeah,
in
so the
second
top
place.
10 I'm talking about, yeah,
For the top 10,
especially the
it goes
top
further
10.
and further back,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. So for them to be in the top 10 or to remain there, the only chance they have is by being aggressive, by playing really proactively, and they can't really, rely too much on layups. Thangaraj can actually do that. I mean, he can be a little more conservative in the sense that he can play safe instead of taking all those risks. But anybody else who's not Thangaraja today on the course, and especially among the top 10, he's got work to do.
On the screen in front of you, Ankur Chadha plays his golf at the Delhi Golf Club, DGC, one of India's oldest and most historic venues, other than the Royal Calcutta Golf Club. Nice, easy swing. He's holding his pose, which means it's gone pretty well. It's drifted to the right, but
Let's see.
seems to be okay. The lie is not too bad.
Someone who practices at the DGC, I think he knows how to keep the ball on the fairway,
Oh
because
yes,
it's such a tight course here at the DGC. For those who are not aware of the layout of the Delhi Golf Club, let me just add that's a tree-lined course, pretty tight. You have you know, you have trees everywhere, and now we see another contender trying to
local boy Varun Parik,
Varun Parik out
two-time
there.
winner on the PGTA already.
Yeah.
Once in his rookie season and once last year. Very pleasant young man, always ready to share his experiences and have a laugh with you. Varun will certainly want to make the most of this opportunity, because fortunately for him, the PGTI has this is the second event in 5 weeks at in Ahmedabad, which is his hometown, and he will obviously want to make the most of home comforts, so to
Yeah.
say.
Yeah, he knows how it feels to be out there in the morning in his home city. So,
Up next, man from Italy, currently sole occupant of fourth place, Michel Ottolani. That's good enough. It's gone further right. Everyone, all three have, I think, erred a bit on the side of caution and gone further right than they would have liked, to stay away from the outer bounds and the rough that is along the left side of the fairway.
and on the right side, of course, you have a water body,
You
so
have
they
the
have to
water
be,
on the right.
yeah, so got to be careful.
Slightly dejected looking Badal Hussain. wanders onto the green, first green.
I somehow like the idea of having the very first hole as a quite a challenging one to start the day with. You know, I mean, it keeps you focused right from the word go. It's not an easy one where you know that it's a pretty open, fairway that allows you a bit of leeway. That it's always good to have that kind of a challenge straight off the tee.
Arjun Sharma is first to putt on the first green. It's a long way. Seems to have got a fairly good read both on the line and the distance, and that should be just a little more than a tap in for a foot, 2 feet for him to make sure he leaves the first hole with a par. Arjun Sharma currently in a tie for seventh place with Dhruv Chevron, and with Badal Hussain is a stroke behind them. Dhruv and Arjun have set out on the final day on level par scores after 3 days, with opening rounds in Arjun's case of 73, 73, and 70, while Dhruv Sharan has so far scored 73 on day one, 72 on day two, and 1 under 71 on day three. Badal Hussain 72, 75, and 70 is his tally so far, though he will slip behind, I think.
Yeah, interestingly, Dhruv started with a double bogey, but still, I mean, yesterday, and still ended up with his best card for 3 days yesterday.
Lovely putt there from Badal, just shaving the hole as it rolled past. Yes, Dhruv put in a very strong rally. Not only did he sort of put that double bogey behind him very quickly with a series of pars. I think on the rest of the front nine he had pars all the way, and then picked up some shots on the back nine. Seems to have not found himself in as much trouble today as he was yesterday. What looks to be a birdie putt for him to get the day rolling.
And Rahul, what like noticed yesterday was that the scores of the top 10, 15 players were way better than what they did the previous round, like during round two. And substantial difference. It's like maybe the wind was not up. It was really, I mean, players could still
That's a
hit low and
good putt
get
there,
away.
Rakesh.
Yeah,
Confident and center of the hole. So that will make Chevron feel a lot better,
lot better.
Double. After yesterday's start.
True.
And here's a man who's probably going to get a double bogey today on the very same hole. Badal Hussain, another representative of the international group playing on the PGTI. Yeah, coming back to your point, one reason probably Rakesh for that is the fact that the PGTI is coming back to the Kensville course after a gap of 6 years. In that 6 years, of course, there are quite a few who will obviously have played here before, but there are an equally good number who have probably never played here professionally. And there's always a difference between the way a course is set up for an amateur event and a professional event. So for them, this is a completely a new venue. Ankur Chandra having drifted way right with his drive, hole number one. Actually, has a very pretty backdrop to play from.
Yeah.
There's a very similar line to what Badal Hussain played, so he has to be careful. He would have seen the group just in front of him. One ball find the water, so he has to be mindful of that. He knows that, I'm sure. Experienced player. Strong finish to the shot.
Not quite the finish where what you wanted.
Similar line to what Badal played just before in the group before, and the ball. Well, Ankur was lucky that the ball stopped on that ridge. In Badal Hussein's case, we saw it roll off and into there seems to be a pond just behind that. So he should count himself as being fortunate. even though he didn't find the green, which he was obviously looking for.
I think he has found the hill there. I think.
Yeah,
Just
there's a little bit of a ridge where his
yeah.
ball stopped
Yeah.
on the rough. The Italian, Ottolani, with his second shot. Holding his finish,
There you are.
but still coming up a little short. He would have wanted that ball to be 10, 15 yards further up because the pin today, Rakesh, is well to the far end of the green and on the left side. Now, Varun is still weighing his options. Which way should he go?
It's a lovely angle
Fortunately,
there.
though the camera is focusing on this very interesting shot, but the
Yeah,
tree
he
is,
has a
tree is
clear
probably
sight, I
not
think.
in
Yeah.
not in his way. Local lad starting the day 1 under for the tournament.
It's a rare sight on the screen, actually. Very nicely captured, I must say.
Some interesting camera work there from our team.
Yeah.
He too is a little short, but that angle from where they're coming, Rakesh, seems to cut out a direct approach to the flag because the trees are in the way,
True.
which is forcing them from that angle, from the right, to go further. Keep the ball short and left. Then they shorter and more to the left than they would have liked. This is now our final group of the day.
They're getting ready.
Tied for second place, Yashash Chandra MS from Mysore, 4 under par. He is here on the back of 3 rounds of 72, 70, and 70. Interestingly, I think he's the only player in the field, Rakesh, who has
Not gone over par.
not gone
Yeah.
over par
Yeah.
at this
It
event.
is-
Despite which, he is still 5 strokes behind the lead.
Yeah.
Just shows you how hard scoring is on this course.
And Harindra, despite a 75, if he's still in the top three, or rather sharing the second spot, that's because of his work on day two. 67 on this course now increasingly looks better and better.
Opted for a 3 wood. Not using the driver. Doesn't look to be too pleased with that. Ball drifting a bit to the right, but it's not too bad at all.
Yeah, he'll take it.
The absolute edge of the
Yeah.
fairway, but not as far right as we saw some of the others go.
Yeah.
Another very experienced player, Arvinder Gupta
Yeah.
from Chandigarh, 10-time winner. He knows what it is and what it takes to be in the winner's circle. He's done it 10 times in the past, and he would be hoping very hard not to have the sort of day he did yesterday. Yes, easy swing. This ball going a bit to the right. And our event leader from Sri Lanka in Thangaraja, 9 under for the tournament, had a battling 369 yesterday, and his position largely built on what has been the event's best score, 765 on day one. Not wasting any time, getting his day off to a quick, brisk start.
Interestingly, uh, you know, Thangaraja had a 65 on day one, needed 8 extra strokes to finish round two, much similar to Harendra, who had a 67 on day two, needed 8 extra strokes to finish the following round. So, it's like they both have shown that, well, consistency hasn't been there. And there you see the super tracker, just to give you an idea as to how the flight of the ball could be tracked so beautifully. And it gives you an idea of the kind of shot that the players had planned. They got the height, they got the distance.
Otolani, the first to putt from this group, the longest putt coming up the hill. I have to say that was not a great read. He left it way left and short. So that will be a little a tricky little putt for par for him to, on this first hole. Or on a little closer, he has a similar sort of test up a slope first, then coming down, and then by the looks of it, going by the line Otolani took a fair amount of left to right movement on this green. Varun taking his time. He's just seen. He has the benefit of the read of the putt just before his, so would have given him an even better idea of what not to do.
Wow.
That is truly making the most of the lesson of somebody ahead of you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wonderful putt, very well judged, very
Very
well
well
read, and if you notice, Rakesh, it was
Yeah.
in the center of the cup.
Center of the cup.
No
Yeah,
slipping in from the side or
absolutely.
taking a circuit around, and he was dead center.
And I just like the fact that what he learned. There you have it. Just watch the ball. He drains it. He nails it bang in the middle of the hole and just slips in.
35 feet at least. That should make him a happy man. And getting his round, his final day on Championship Friday, after the perfect start, the Ahmedabad boy, Arun Parekh, a two-time winner on the PGTA already, once in his debut season and once last year.
So Varun moves up a spot already on the leaderboard. So what people like Varun and Arjun and Dhruv they need to do is they need to not just ensure that they are on the green in regulation. That is going to be a must on a day like this. You can't afford to uh, take it a little, easy with your approach. So your approach has to be pretty sharp. It has to have the right length. There's a narrow miss there on live feed one that you just
Badal
saw.
Hussain on live feed 2.
So what I expect, Rahul, is that today we are going to see a lot of people, playing far more aggressively than what we saw 24 hours ago.
Continuing with our split screen coverage. Tolani knows he has put himself under pressure immediately on live feed 1. Left his first putt way short and to the left.
Well, it's a tough day for.
Arjun Sharma on live feed 2.
So Otoloni slips with a three putt on the opening hole. That's why now he has made way for Varun Parekh to hold the sole position of the fourth spot.
A good start for the local boy. Gives him the ideal platform to build towards a better placing. He's currently sole fourth, right? Chandra tidies up for his par. Not only will drop a shot here. He'll fall back into a tie for fifth place. I think then he and Varun essentially will swap places. Varun Parekh will come up to sole fourth on 2 under, and Notralani will slip back to tied fifth on 1 under with this bogey. Arjun Sharma looking to finish, clean it up. 2-3 foot putt to go. Yashas on the right edge of the fairway. The final group, the lead group, holding the high finish for this approach. He seems to have found almost the exact spot Varun Parekh's ball was on the flight in front of them. So leader. Beg a pardon, that is Chandigarh's Harendra Gupta, who's further to the right. He's looked to attack the flag.
Just gone over.
Just gone off the green to the right, which is not too bad.
Yeah.
No.
The first cut, so it's okay. Almost there.
Thanga getting a check with the measuring device, which is allowed. They can only use it to check distances, not slopes and lies. He's the best placer of the three. Fairly undulating fairway, Rakesh notices.
Yeah.
Unless you're towards the center of the fairway, there's not much of flat land around you, which provides its own sets of challenges. Taking a healthy divot on the way to the green. Reasonably, should be happy with that start. No reason to complain.
These are huge greens, so once you're there, at least if you can really trust your shot game, it really places you in a very different frame of mind. Unlike a lot of small greens that you see on a lot of Indian courses here, but then this is a designer course, so here you see a very different look. I mean, you get a very different look of the fairways, the way the greens have been laid out. So very different experience, and you very rightly said that on a course where you haven't played. I mean, most of these haven't played for at least 6 years. So yeah, it's not really easy to come and get adjusted to this. And most of these golfers are all homegrown, aspirants who make it, because they don't get to play overseas as often. So for them, it's a very different experience at home. So we are back after a short commercial break. As we were talking about the large greens on these courses, not many players, except those who are traveling a lot, playing on different courses, for a lot of less experienced golfers, it's not really easy to even get to practice on these large greens. That's why you see a lot of first putts being left way too short, and because they really don't have an idea as to how much distance they'll get by stroking their putts, because you don't really get to practice on such fine, well, like manicured greens. So that was probably the reason why, over the last couple of days, what we've seen is a lot of these putts have been left short. And in golf, it is often said that when you're on the green, if it's not up, it'll never be in. So you are expected to at least get the distance up to the pin, or even over that, but not. I mean, the ball shouldn't stop before the cup. So let's see how many of them will be aggressively attacking the pin today once you are on the green in regulation. So let's see. Just what we had been talking about, leaving the putt way too short. And that's something that we saw right through yesterday. And we continue to see that even on this day.
We've seen a good number of people drop shots on this opening hole, Rakesh. Ottolani just did in front of us. The prior group, both Ankur Chadha and Dhruv Sharan dropped, had bogeys. And Yashas now almost the same distance as line
Yeah.
as Varun. Let us see what the result of his putt is. Pretty good effort. Just a little short and low. Ball cutting at the last minute. Varun read his putt perfectly. It had enough pace on it to take this last minute swing away out of the equation. So this is why he was a confident putt by the young man from Ahmedabad. Now Gupta.
It was a regulation drop. Very easily, he dropped the ball into the cup there. Rahul, you mentioned about the difficulty on the first hole on this day. You're so right. Yesterday, two players who made a little climb, Badal and Yash Majmudar, both had subpar scores yesterday, and today they have started their day with a double bogey.
I think part of the reason is the pin position is where it's been tucked away to the one corner. Is forcing the field to take a completely different line from what they were using yesterday. Which is why we've seen people go well to the left already more than one case. And that's trouble because if you're on the rise or in the bunker behind or close by, and just behind the green is, as you can see, there's water.
Yeah.
So anyway, Yasha's cleaning up.
Yeah.
No change after the first hole for the lead group. Pretty well read on that occasion.
Looking at all these dropped shots on the first hole, you really tend to admire the work. I mean, the kind of start that Shaurya Bhattacharya, Abhinav Lohan, and of course Varun Parekh, the local boy, the way they birdied the first hole and with such ease, that itself shows that at least they've had a good start to the day. They read the first, the first hole, the kind of layout which you just mentioned. Once you get onto the green, they got their act right.
Just pulling it a little bit too far to the left. Over there. Ankur Chadha, the DGC, live feed to Dhruv Sharan on the screen. I beg your pardon, that's Arjun Sharma. Pretty long putt. Just skates past the left edge of the hole. And on live feed, one Otolani will look to finish things off after having dropped a shot on the very first hole. Badal Hussain will probably be up. He's studying the lines. Well, Dhruv Sharan waits for his opportunity, waiting for his fellow player to get out of the way. Green speeds of 10 and above, 10.2 we are told is what the stimp is shown for today. Still a little 10.4. Still difficult to understand
Same
why
as
they,
yesterday. Yesterday also we had a 10.4. So
why they're still
progressively they've
leaving the
kept
ball
it at
short. I don't know. They've
completely,
played
yeah.
on the surface for 3 days now. It is the fourth day.
Puzzles me
And
completely.
it's still leaving it short. I mean, probably they're just being a little too conservative with the putter by the looks of it.
Today, if there's one man who can afford to play conservatively, at least the first few holes, is our leader, and he is right up there with that five-stroke cushion. It's only because there was a six-shot swing involving him and yesterday's leader. I mean, day two leader, Harindra, and but that lead didn't last even one hole on day three. But today, if we see a similar swing, say a six-shot lead, well, then we are going to really, I mean, that six-shot lead should involve the leader, and
Nice putt
then we
there.
are going to have a
Very
fantastic
nice putt there
finish.
from
Yeah.
Arjun. He's
Yeah.
left nothing to chance. But even then, the ball looked like it was breaking away. But he will be quite relieved at the fact that it has actually found the cup. Yes, like you're saying, Rakesh. But given the fact that uh, that Thanga has played the way he has for 3 days, other than the second day blip when he was 1 over, I think.
Yeah.
On the opening day, he was 7 under, and yesterday he was 3 under. So he is not going. He is not going to give you a chance. He is unlikely to. Even if he does slip up, that five-shot cushion is going to be, a very healthy one. But having said that, I think he needs to keep it firmly out of his mind and just focus on getting as good a score as possible. Today, Ortolani
There,
is seeing his ball creep in at the very, very end.
that was a very nervous part. I thought he wasn't sure, but he just about managed. Another miss. He's
This
going all over
Badal
the
Hussain
place.
is having
A tough
bad
time.
start to his day. Double bogey on the first hole. Looks like he will drop another shot here. He's already out of the top 10. He will fall further away now. And, but that's the nature of the beast. There are people who are making moves upwards. Someone's going to be making the move downwards as well.
I'm keen to see how Harendra is going to, come back after a birdieless round yesterday. And I mean, yesterday was a forgettable day for him in that sense. I mean, especially the later part of the round because after dropping his shot and the lead, the sole lead early on, he showed a lot of resilience, as you repeatedly mentioned that he was saving pars, not being too flamboyant about his play, but somehow after taking the turn, he lost his way a bit.
Yeah, he's lost traction very quickly in his round, Badal. And here's the man you were just talking about, Rakesh.
Yeah.
Harendra Gupta on the screen. I love this color.
Much like
Lime,
yesterday,
lime green.
Otulani, like yesterday, he picked up a shot and dropped a shot immediately. And today he did exactly the opposite. He started with a dropped stroke and then he picked it up immediately on the next.
Yashas again gone to the right on hole number 2. Making a really good job of it. That should be a tap in, or not a, if not a tap in, at least not more than a 2 or 3 foot putt for birdie. For the man from Mysore, yet to win on the PGTI, despite having come so close more than once. Gupta launching his ball over the trees, had to go high, because of which he's gone a little longer than he would have liked. You can see the ball towards the further edge of the green. And now our leader has a slightly more open approach towards the flag from where he is. There he is.
So no change after the first hole for the leaders group, whereas there's been a little moment there. Varun has joined Otolani in the fourth spot by picking up a shot very early. Uh, Otolani made amends for the first hole bogey with an immediate birdie, and Arun and Ankur stay on par. Dhruv Sharon, of course, dropped a shot which was a shade better than his start yesterday because yesterday he started with a double bogey. Today it was a bogey, and I trust Dhruv to really make another very strong comeback because this is not going to, shake him or anything because he knows how it is to, bounce back on this course because he showed it to us yesterday. Starting with a double, he ended with one under. So we have a fair evidence of his resilience and his mental toughness there.
Well, going by where his ball has ended up, Rakesh, Thanga is not playing conservative golf. He's attacked the flag. Had he been playing safe, he would have been, safely somewhere in the middle of the green, but obviously not. He's gone for it and overhit the flag and overhit the pin position as a result. So he, in a sense, would want to actually, make sure he gets a little bit of further distance between himself and those who are close, his closest pursuers, so to say. And why not? I mean, playing safe sometimes can be the worst approach in golf.
And ironically,
That's a great putt.
wow,
From
what a
off the
comeback.
green,
What a
from
comeback.
off the green, he has literally a tap in for par. So no damage done for the leader.
damage done.
Continues to
Ironically, the person who can afford to play a little conservatively is showing that aggression. He's not waiting for things to happen. He's trying to make it happen. Whereas some of the others, which we saw, like whom we saw.
if you really look at it, Rakic, it makes perfect sense because this is the kind of whole course that can quickly punish you suddenly. You can
Seriously.
drop 2 or 3 shots on a single
Seriously.
hole.
True.
So, I mean, for Thangaraja to make sure that he continues to widen the gap makes perfect sense. He does not want to give
Anybody a
chance.
Yeah,
That's a very understandable approach. So it's not really, and playing conservatively in these situations can sometimes be the worst approach because then you're Gupta there with his putt. He got a good read on the speed from where he was because
well directed.
Thanga was putting from behind him, but he still was not able to convert his.
An absolute tap-in. It's a given.
So going back to that point, so playing conservative golf sometimes can be your worst enemy. That approach, and which I'm glad to see in Thanga because he's a past winner. He knows what it is, what it was required to win. I don't think he's going to take his foot off the pedal.
Good to see that actually. So we'll see a lot more action up there.
This it's just as simple as this. He's told the rest of the other 55 who made the cut yesterday, that if you want this, you got to come and get me first. So that's the way it should be. So if you don't keep your focus on playing the best possible golf and the most sort of aggressive golf that you can, these events you can lose ground very quickly. Yes, Chandra cleaning up there. So by the looks of it, no change after the first 2 holes in the lead group. And Thangaraja of Sri Lanka continues to lead the event on 9 under par, level par after 2 holes today. His playing partners Yashash Chandra from Mysore and Harendra Gupta from Chandigarh also level par for the day after 2 holes. Chandra and Gupta, of course, 4 under par, 5 shots behind the leader. And in turn, they are 2 shots ahead of the tie for 4th place, which is currently between Ahmedabad boy Varun Parekh and Italy's Michel Ortolani. Badal Hussain continues to face strife, Rakesh. He is once again found himself in a very uncomfortable position.
He's already dropped 3 shots over the first 3 holes.
He's plummeting down, very sadly plummeting down the leaderboard. And there are times like this when you have to firefight while you're on the course. You can't go back to the driving range and sort it out. You have to figure out what's going on very quickly and try and patch up your game so that you get it back on track. He's been errant right through first 3 holes. Each one of them he's gone, as we say, here, there and everywhere.
He drops.
ये रात में जो मजा है, मजा ये कुछ नया नया है। ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है, ये झूमता ही जा रहा है। हम कहाँ हैं
Bisley. Drink it up.
On camera one, live feed one, you see Arjun Sharma strolling across the green. Live feed two, it's the group of Otalani, Varun Parik, and Ankur Chadha. Chandra there lining up his putt on feed two. And Arjun Sharma sending his putt on its way on feed one. Back to live feed two, and it's Chadha from the TGC. His putt. Keeping it on the lower side, and skips past the hole. And on live feed one, you just saw through around. Leave his putt 2 inches short. Varun seems to have gone long. Over here. He's off the green, but I think he has the putter in his hand. So he's trusting his feel for the flat stick. I think he left himself a little bit too much to do. Arjun looking to clean up on live feed one. Varun from putting from off the green, from the thick stuff, and sometimes that can catch a putter, or the ball can hop out on impact.
Meanwhile, for our viewers, there's good news. Yashish Chandra has picked up a shot, so he has reduced the lead from 5 to 4 again. So, the first birdie of the day for Yashish on the second hole.
For the lead group, as a matter of fact.
Yes.
Otalani now chipping on instead of putting. Pretty good effort. Almost put it there. Almost had it in the jug. While just cutting away at the last minute. But that's left him with a tapping. And he made a good go of it. He almost jarred his chip. Chandra taking his time over this 2-3 foot putt, making sure he doesn't give anything away. These are critical times for all of those who are chasing the leader. They need to be right on point. Settles over the ball. Efficiently converted by the BGC player, and now the local lad has already picked up one shot for the day and is currently tied fourth. I think that will now, of course, change. Tied fourth. Yashash Chandra now sole second. One shot closer to the leader. Here, Varun Parekh putting to tidy up. Business like finish to the hole for the Ahmedabad boy, two-time winner on the PGTI.
Talking of Yashas, Rahul, he's the one day after day he comes out and starts so consistently. He's yet to drop a shot on the first 3 holes on any of the first 4 days. I mean, any of the first 3 days. And today he has done one better. He has got a birdie uh, early on, and I really expect him to, inch closer to the leader, and that's what is going to make the afternoon exciting. If the gap is not bridged, and then if it's the overnight leader, like Thangaraja, if he continues to do what he has been doing and he makes it rather unthreatened, then at least as far as the excitement is concerned in the title race, that won't be the same. This is a challenging one here. And I find the pin position very, very interesting and very challenging today. Closer to the water body and right in front.
Through Sharon on the par 3/5 hole. Now that to Badal Hussain, who has been in strife quickly in his round, lost his way somewhat. Very keen to recover the ground that he has conceded already.
Just about managed to stay on the green there.
We're back with our lead group. Hole number 3, and in this interim, Ottolani has dropped another shot, so he's having an up and down day. Bogey, birdie, bogey so far for the first 3 holes. He will be on hole number 4 now. Currently playing alongside Varun Parekh and Ankur Chadha, and this is our leader group. Yashash Chandra has taken one step closer towards the leader. He birdied hole number 2, which makes him sole owner of second place on 5 under par. And our tournament leader at the Ahmedabad Open, presented by Indusind Bank, is Sri Lanka's in Thangaraja on 9 under par, making a par start, and as is the third member of the group, Harendra Gupta, who was the day 2 leader, also making a par start, and is now in sole possession of third place on 4 under par. With that bogey, Michel Ottolani has dropped off, leaving Varun Parik all by himself in fourth place. 2 under par, Ottolani back to 1 under par for the tournament. And these are the only 5 players in this field of 56 who are under par at the moment. Thangaraja striding confidently, Ananda Gupta wandering around the green. I'm sure he's pondering what he needs to do to give his round some momentum today. He knows he has to. All those who are behind Thanga, in fact, know that they have to make the running. He doesn't need to do anything. They need to come at him. And so far, Yashas Chandra has been the only one to have taken a step closer to the leader, birdieing hole number 2. Gupta with a birdie putt on the third hole, par 4. The opening 4 holes at the Kensville Golf and Country Resort are all par 4s. Only one of which is less than 400 yards. All the others are 400 plus. Gupta with his putt. Birdie putt, the ball rolling well, but not well enough.
Still very, very short. Can even require 2 putts from here, you never know. With Badal Hussain tumbling out of the top 10 with some early errors, that has enabled players like Manu, and Kapil, Anshul, they all have gone one step higher with the series of par scores. They have parred all 3 holes till now to sneak into the top 10.
Once again, a split feed for you to maximize our coverage. On feed 1, you have our event leader, Thangaraja of Sri Lanka, 9 under par, putting for birdie. And he got a good idea of the speed from that line because Ananda Gupta was putting from behind him first. He puts it close enough so he can tidy it up for a par. And on live feed 2, we see him. The ball just sneaked past the hole from Badal Hussain, the man who's been in the wars in the opening 4-5 holes already, and his playing partners waiting for their turn. Arjun Sharma from Greater Noida and Dhruv Sharan of the DLF Golf and Country Club. So Dhaka, Gurgaon and Greater Noida, that's the combination on live feed 2. The man from Mysore on your screen now on live feed 1, Yashas Chandra. Also very similar line to what was the 2 before who putted before him. Second birdie of the day. Very nice read, very steady hands on the putter. So he takes yet another step closer to the lead.
That was some
Yashas
putt.
will now move up to
Yeah.
6 under after 3 holes, meaning that Thanga's lead of 5 in the space of 3 holes has been cut to just 3. And I think that answers your question, Rakesh, that what approach will Thangaraja adopt? Now you will see
Yeah.
that he knows. This is why he
Yeah,
knows
he can feel the heat now.
he
Definitely.
cannot take
Yeah,
it
yeah.
easy, and this is why he's attacking the flags as much as he can. He knows just one good performance from this group, can turn things around.
And
And
also,
which
he's in
is
the same group as young Yashes, so he must be seeing what his body language is, how
Sure.
proactively he's playing. So players do take note of all these, and of course, Thangaraja is experienced enough to know what he needs to do. Can't afford to just sit on that overnight lead and let others get close. So let's see. He hasn't dropped a shot till now, so he knows his game. So there he saves another one.
holding steady under pressure of event leader. That's a costly miss there. A costly miss for Dhruv. Sharon, I think this will be his second drop shot today.
Yes, yeah. Second in the space of 5 holes.
5 holes, so he's in danger of falling off the pace.
There you have.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Nicely
putt
drained.
there.
Yeah.
Soft
Beautifully
hands.
drained.
Good selection of line and pace by Yashas Chandra, taking him one step closer to the leader. He's now 3 behind. 6 under par for the tournament, 2 under for the day. The man from Mysore.
There can be a two-hole swing on one single hole. So if you can have a two-shot swing involving Yashes and Thangaraja, then Rahul, it's match on.
And believe you me, the Sri Lankan knows this very well. He
Yeah.
is not taking anything for
Anything
granted.
chances. Yeah.
He's not. He's not going to play conservative golf or safe golf. He knows that exactly what you said. That in the space of a single hole, there could be two shot swing, which means that he will be in the lead by just one.
Just one.
He knows that very well. He's been around long enough. He's a
And-
four-time winner in
Yeah.
the past. So he knows exactly what the situation is.
And these are still early days, so a lot can happen. I mean, we still have
15 holes to go
15
for the
holes to
lead group.
play. Yeah, exactly. I'm not writing off Varun because he can break into the top three, and Harendra will also have to do something because he's experienced enough. He wouldn't like to be overtaken by the younger brigade. Um, and don't forget, he has held the lead for a day, and he has the game. He has the game to come back.
Otulani needing to recover.
And as
from,
I was saying, Harendra has dropped a shot.
Otulani now
the third,
needing to
yeah.
recover from those
Yeah.
two drop shots on the screen in front of you. Has the ball on the way, leaving him for tap in for par. Making way for Ankur Chadda, the easy boy.
Ankur needs a birdie to make amends for the first hole dropped shot. Now we see Harendra and Tanga being separated by 6 strokes. So Yashas becomes the hottest challenger to the overnight leader.
Safely in the bid for the DCC man. And now the local man. Arun Parik, Ahmedabad boy. Picked up one shot already. And he is in sole fourth. 3 under for the tournament and 1 under for today. At the top, Thangaraja sailing along 9 under par for the tournament, level par after 3 holes today. Making no mistake, Varun Parik. And this is championship day at the Ahmedabad Open, a 1 crore rupee PGTI event, the fifth on the PGTI schedule of 2025. 11 weeks
What a great
of
shot!
action straight.
But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for? अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, थकान वाली प्यास के लिए।
Welcome back. So, Thangaraja with a hat trick of pars retains his position at the top. Yashas with birdies on hole number 2 and 3 has bridged the gap a little bit. From overnight 5-shot lead, he has reduced it to 3 now. Harendra has dropped off. He's dropped a shot on the third. And that's why he has slipped a little, and Varun, by virtue of picking up a shot on the first hole, has moved to the sole fourth position, which was earlier occupied by Otolani, who has slipped to the fifth spot. Otolani has had a very eventful sort of a start to the day. He bogeyed the first, birdied the next, again bogeyed the third with a par, followed by a par. So he's up there. Arjun is holding. He's tied sixth with a streak of 5 successive par scores. Ankur dropped the first, then birdied the next 4 to hold the joint sixth spot with Arjun. Kapil Sharma, Manu Gandas, and Anshul, they all are tied 8th after a series of pars. So Jamal too is there in the 8th spot. So tied 8th, you have a group there. Dhruv Sharon has slipped to the 8th spot after bogeys on the first and the fifth holes. So he's had a tough start to the day. So the top 12 players, if you see, it's going to be, they're all, barring the top 5, everybody is par or over. So back on the course. So there you have Harendra. Not very happy with, I think, what he sees. So what you see is a leader group there, and that's the drone shot of this beautifully laid out golf course, the Kensville Golf and Country Club in Ahmedabad, which is playing host to the Ahmedabad Open Golf Championship presented by Indusind Bank. What a visual delight this is. And there you are, the leaders group approaching the green on the fourth hole. Just to remind our viewers, this is a par 4. So almost, at least by what we can see, at least 2 of them are almost in regulation. On the green, following their second shots. Thangaraj, the overnight leader, appears to be the closest to the pin, just on the front edge. Has left himself with a long putt, a birdie putt from here. Should he drain it, it'll be his third in succession. Whereas Harindra is a little further away to the right of the pin. That's the penultimate group on live feed 2. So you have Otulani on the, yeah, he's the one walking towards the pin. Those white shots. With Varun and Ankur giving him company there. That's a very interesting group because they are the ones who are expected to make a charge. Uh, they can't afford to play very, kind of passively or even try to allow things to happen. They'll have to make them happen. They'll have to really chase it. And there we see quite a firm putt there, but again, couldn't read the break very accurately, and he has left himself a reasonably short putt, I should say. He should be able to drain this. So his first putt, obviously a little long one, but not where he wanted the ball to be. Here too, they expected the ball to break left, and I think he stroked it a little too firmly here, but still he won't complain. This is a fairly short putt. Now the leader looking at the ball, looking at the line. He knows every putt is important.
Thanga on your putting for birdie on hole number 5. It's a long birdie putt, tracking well. This is the par 3 approach to the green over water, pin right on the front edge, and everyone playing safe, going long. In this case, Tanga's case, a little too long, on the top edge of the green. That's on screen is third from last group on this championship Friday of the 1 crore rupee Ahmedabad Open presented by Indusind Bank. Arjun Sharma chipping from off the green, looking to get it as close to the flag as possible. Slightly uphill lie from where he is standing. Should help him get some height on the ball if he chooses to do that. Nice little flop shot, but too cautious with that one. Ball staying on the apron, not even reaching the green. Didn't have much choice because there wasn't much space from the edge of the green to where the flag is. So he had to go high rather than come in low and hot. But unfortunately, just getting his distance a couple of feet short. 2 feet further onto the green, ball would have rolled on, would have released on till the flag very nicely. But Arjun staying just a little short. You can understand his disappointment. He's looking at it time and again, wondering why the ball didn't roll any further. But given the height at which from which it came down, this was probably the only result. The other two members of the group still waiting for their chance to putt. On your screen now, Dhruv Shoran. Looking at all the variables, close discussion with his caddy. Sometimes the caddy's inputs, Rakesh, are the most critical. If you're using a local
Caddy.
boy,
Yeah.
a local caddy, his inputs can be critical,
Absolutely.
invaluable. Taking a very long look.
That's frustrating.
I think he knew from the moment he let the ball go that he's gone a little too high. The ball did break, but after it crossed the pin. Badal Hussain, man who's been in the wars today, has dropped out, well out of contention. Waiting for Arjun Sharma to putt. Sharma making something of a meal of his chip shot. Ball falling on the fringe and just stopping dead. The soft grass.
Just broke away little to the left.
Leaving it on the low side again. Badal Hussain looking to fight his way back after the early damage to his card. Double bogey and a bogey in the first three holes. Picked up a shot on 6. And he's 3 over for the event. 2 over for the day after the double bogey and birdie sequence. Arjun will be disappointed with him. He's like all the others, they set very high standards for themselves, all these professionals, and he will know that he didn't do justice to himself with that approach. He probably also dropped a shot, Rakesh. Arjun,
Yeah.
his first blemish on his card for the day.
Looks very frustrated.
An inspirational statue there for all golfers, professionals and amateurs who visit this picturesque but demanding Kensville golf course, as we see and reflected in the scores that after almost 60 holes, we still have a lead score of 9 under par. Chandra has made up some ground on the leader and Thangaraja of Sri Lanka, who's a 9 under par, level par for the day. Yashas having climbed all the way to 6 under and sole second place, 2 under for the day. Harinder Gupta holding station, having swapped bogey for birdie, stays third, level par for the day, and 4 under for the event. And Varun Parekh, the local boy, making gains, slow but steady gains, 3 under for the event and in sole possession of fourth place, and 2 under for this Championship Friday. Championship Friday at the 1 crore rupee Ahmedabad Open, presented by Indusind Bank, being played at the Kensville Country Resort, of which you're getting a very nice bird's eye view. The complex swimming pool looks to be a little croquet lawn there in front, right immediately under the camera. And a nice sprawl of buildings nestled in the heart of this golf course and complex, which is in a village called Dev Dholera, about 40 kilometers from Ahmedabad. Gujarat is Gujarat's largest city, and its cultural and commercial center.
Rahul, when we look at the leaderboard now, you have the leader group on the day's first birdie hole, which is hole number 6, a par 5. And among those who have actually birdied the hole today, they include Varun Parekh, Otolani, Anshul, and Dhruv Sharon. So 4 of them have found birdies before moving on. So the leaders group is on that par 5 sixth. So I'm sure we'll see a very exciting play on the green on this hole.
And we're waiting for Michael Otolani, who is in turn waiting for one of his playing partners. We just saw the ball bounce on the edge of the green. And the man from Italy, who's also having something of a roller coaster ride. 2 bogeys and 2 birdies in his opening 6 holes so far. And he has a fairly large tree in his line of approach to the flag. As you can see, very nice camera work there, giving you a very good idea of what Otolani needs to do, and has done very well indeed. Ball landing just shy of the flag and rolling towards left of the pin.
So we are back after the break. That's a nice chip in.
Soft hands, Rakesh. Beautiful line.
Oh, it has
And
slipped.
a lot of bad luck.
I think the pace under it actually,
Terrific
because
shot.
because it was
Terrific
a
shot.
terrific line. The pace, it lipped the cup and moved away. That was rather sad because he had the direction right. He had everything right about it except the pace.
Varun can count himself as being extremely unlucky with that one. He really was on a good line. It's just his bad luck that the flag is at the end of a slope, so the ball just kept picking up pace as it got closer to the pin. Had it been a slightly flatter lie, or would have, he would have almost certainly got that superb chip in. A little unfortunate that the ball actually lipped out, popped in and out, thanks to the pace. It was running hot at that point.
So Ortolani looking for a second successive birdie and third for the day. Lining up his putt now. You have to stroke it just right. He almost read it correctly. It's just that again, very, very unlucky.
Actually,
Very
a very,
unlucky.
very good read, Rakesh,
Yeah.
because the ball broke so much from right to
Absolutely.
left over here.
He read it very well.
It's just stayed an inch high. That's all it did. That's all the difference. Sometimes that's all the difference. And if on a golf course, this happens with fairly heartbreaking regularity, let me tell you.
Meanwhile, for our viewers, we must say that after a string of five successive pars, leader Thangaraja has finally found his day's first birdie on the par 5 sixth. We just mentioned that there could be some movement up there, and while Yashas and Harinder found pars on the first birdie hole of the day, Thangaraja has stretched his lead to four and now has reached 10 under par for the tournament.
Chandra taking his time. Like I said, this can happen with heartbreaking regularity on a golf course. You misread your line by 1 millimeter at the start point, at the end, where the hole is you're off by a few inches. And Varun, Lady Luck not smiling on him on this hole at least.
He seems to have a pretty straightforward line from here, unlike two of his playing partners today.
So the Varun's caddy is taking one last look to see whether his player has got his read correctly. Last minute input, last second input virtually on live feed 1. And on live feed 2, it's the group of Badal Hussain, Dhruv Shivaran, and Arjun Sharma on your screens. Varun Parekh.
Yes, he nails it.
He knows that was an important putt.
Yes.
And you could see that little pump, fist pump that came along with the putt. He knew he needed to recover from that in and out chip of his. Dhruv Sharan has also been in the wars today. Started in better place. He's lost ground somewhat, though he is after two drop shot. He has picked up a birdie. That's still now down in 7th place. 1 over for the event. And 1 over on the day as well.
And for long now, we continue to have just five players who are holding subpar scores for the tournament, and we are closing in on the front nine that is almost there.
Terrific putt there from long distance. Arjun Sharma still leaving the ball a little short. He's not happy. Sure, having run his first putt a little long, he's taking a good hard look at what he needs to do to clean this up. You will sometimes, Rakesh, see these players, straddle the putting line and walk towards the pin and back. So I asked one of our co-commentators, Amit Dubey, who's a very well-known coach. He says they'll look feeling for any undulations that the eye may not be able to spot.
Okay.
So that's the level of care and they take, which is why sometimes it seems that taking why they're taking so long. But these are the reasons why.
Yeah, they have
There are
reasons.
subtle indentations in the green, a little bit of a tilt or a slope that you may not be able to see. Or that's not evident to the untrained eye. So even the trained guys like them, they still have a second or a third option of walking that distance with the feet on either side of the putting line, just to
Yep.
see if there's any undulation or slope they need to cater for while actually making the putt.
Very interesting. Yeah.
Feed one, you have throw. It was never an easy putt going up the hill, but a fair amount of left to right curve on the ball, which is exactly what took the ball away for him.
It's a short one.
And Arjun will be mindful of the reverse. His ball will go probably right to left, depending on how far it is from the hole. He knows he has to put that first putt behind him. He knows he didn't do that first putt full justice, and he has to quickly put it behind him, focus fully on this one. It's not an easy putt at all. You can see the slope. I'm sure our viewers can see it as well.
Yeah.
Making a good read, though he almost overread it. The amount of movement would have gone from right to left on that one. Even the distance, which was not a lot, but still not an easy putt. And Sharma will feel very happy he's actually cleaned it up. Badal Hussain looking to get his challenge at the Ahmedabad Open presented by Indusind back on track. He lost ground early and has had to fight himself and settle down going into the final 9 holes of this par 72 stroke play event, the fifth on the PGTI schedule.
What a heartbreak that.
I think that probably sums up his day. This is starting to resemble Harinder's second nine of yesterday, Rakesh.
Yeah.
Just not able to close it out.
Looked like almost a foregone conclusion.
And
There is
speaking
your
of
man.
Gupta, there he is, flying the ball in from what didn't seem to be an easy lie, done a good job of it. As a leader on the screen, center of the screen for you, in the blue.
Like Harinder will
shirt.
have to be a little careful with this because, as we just saw, this is not the best of lines. So like, it's got to be a little more careful from here.
Thangaraja putting for what looks to be yet another birdie. Having picked up a shot on this par 5 sixth hole. The first real scoring opportunity because the other one, the earlier birdie opportunity was the par 3 but with the pin tucked so close to the edge, and the water just in line, just before. We've not seen too many conversions there. Tanga coming over a bit of a rise.
It was never going to be easy. It was always a tough one. It's a challenging lie there. I mean, the pin position for the day. If you look at it, I think it's
Well, it's supposed to be. This is
Yeah.
Championship Sunday,
Yeah.
Championship Friday, because this is the last day.
so. It must be one among the six tough pin positions for the day. Normally, for the benefit of our viewers, let me just add: pin positions are normally kept as hard, medium, and a bit on the easier side. Since you have 18 holes on a course, you have six tough ones, six medium, and six easy. So, and they keep changing every single day. So, that element of surprise is there for the contenders. And the pin position on the par 4 seventh today has definitely challenged a lot of people. That's why I don't see too many birdies on this hole. At least the first 12 players on the leaderboard haven't found a birdie on this hole. So that itself is a reflection of how challenging it has remained for those who are showing form this week.
Chandra currently in second place. And as you were saying, Rakesh sees his putt slide past. And just to add to your point about the pin placements, today I was, had a look at the placements for the day. Only two greens have the flag in the center. In all the other remaining 16, they are on the edges, either the left edge or the right edge. But between 4 and 8 feet from any one of the edges. So the tournament committee, tournament director, obviously, opting to test the field, because just in just two cases you have
Yeah.
the flag in the center of the green. Ananda Gupta can look to rush that putt, and he'll probably drop another shot here.
And it will be interesting to see even between those two, if you do have a kind of a slope there where it is placed, so you never know. Center, of course, optically it gives you an idea that okay, you don't have to go too much to the left or the right, but
Very good point.
it also depends on how it is laid.
Very true. Tanga about three, between 3 and 4 feet to clear this up.
He escapes the challenge on the seventh.
No,
that has been
he's
posed,
he
yeah.
deserves this because
Yeah.
he's been playing such steady golf.
Absolutely. He's
He's
flawless
holding,
today.
he's holding his nerve. I said, as we started out, this is going to be a test of nerve
Yeah.
and your willpower.
True.
You could very easily get taken in by the occasion, and say, all right, I can take it easy, or let me go harder at the course. This is not a course that allows you to do that.
He's just two shots, two holes off the turn, and he's still holding on to a 4 shot lead on the final day. So that's a job well done so far. He hasn't dropped a shot, and he's got, I think, 6 birdies and a bogey so far. So his confidence must be right up there. He hasn't done anything wrong. He hasn't put a foot wrong today.
Arun Parik in the distance. Dhruv Sharan to the left of your picture. And they're waiting for Michel Ortolani to play his shot. He seems to be below the green. This green, something of a tabletop, because where Ortolani was standing, we could only see him from waist up. But it's Parik who will play it first. Looks like there's two shelves to this green. And the pin right on the uppermost shelf. Arun getting the.
You can see the slope there.
All said and done, that's a fairly good
One.
fairly good effort. Ball broke to the right when it reached the top shelf. For Ankur Chadha, it will be a very different challenge, as it will be for Otolani. Now, a little bit of visual trickery here. You can see one flag behind, which is probably of an adjoining or an adjoining green. So, it's a bit of
Both the greens
visual
look so
fun there for
close,
you,
yeah.
for our viewers. The flag of an adjoining green between Otolani and the flag that he actually needs to aim for, coming up to the onto the table, so to say. He has to be careful to not let the ball run on.
Very well done.
Very well done indeed. Chadha with he's opted to pick up the putter.
He's the only one who found himself on the green here, like right there. Just had to roll it. But this is a little uphill, so I'm sure he'll have to.
Uphill then looks to be a fairly healthy break,
Yeah.
right to left, but let's see, because until you see the ball in motion, it's difficult to say. Because we saw Varun's ball go from left to right once it reached the shelf.
It'll be interesting to see how he reads the break here. He'll have to be very careful because.
Well, the first priority always, Rakesh, is to get the ball as close to the pin as possible. Of
True.
course, it goes in.
Yeah.
That's a bonus, literally.
Yeah.
To make
But
sure you.
much depends on the pace of the putt.
He's read it as we thought it would.
He's left it
From
too
right
short.
to left, but
Too
again,
large, yeah.
the greens just
Just a-
playing a bit of a part to trick the golfers. You saw it happen so often yesterday. It was amazing. I mean, for such a high quality field to have seen so many putts roll up short was quite astonishing.
See, players keeping it short is not surprising, but it was falling short by a margin, by a massive margin, hole after hole. So that was the biggest surprise for me. Interesting, the first three players on the leaderboard, they all are having a bogey-free round so far.
I just hope we don't put the hex on them. The commentators curse.
Commentators curse. Yeah.
Every time we mention something positive, Varun.
Yeah, he's among the top three there. Ooh,
Like
that
a
was
tricky
better than-
putt, he knew it,
Yeah.
which is why he was taking so long over his read. But seemed to have just tugged the ball a little too far to the left.
Sometimes from the angle from where your ball is with your approach, sometimes I think the golfers feel that it is better to escape with a par rather than trying to be too flamboyant or trying to really, nail it. And of course, it will be a very high risk shot from certain angles. But I think a lot of these pros realize and they play the ball instead of, just sticking to that thought of going for every pin. So I think a lot of them we saw that that they want to escape that particular hole for the day, and they'll say, okay, this pin position is tricky. We are not where we wanted to be with our approach shot, and then I think once they reach the green, they just play it safe.
Ankur Chadda, he just saw Varun Parik miss from almost the same range. Doesn't want that to happen to him. Soft stroke, ball finds the cup. That's feed number one. On live feed two, we have the group Badal Hussain, Dhruv Shivram, and Arjun Sharma. Once again, as he did yesterday, Rakesh, Manu Gandas is on the move. Clean front nine. Picked up two shots, in fact, on the way, and is now up into sixth place.
Yeah, he's taken the turn with 34, 2 under for the day, and finally has moved to par. So he's the best player among the lot who's just not broken par for the tournament. He's reached par, the only player in the field with a par score after having completed the front nine on the final day. And his next aim is going to get into the subpar position with just 5 players in that club. This seems to be a pretty exclusive club this week.
Arjun has already dropped a shot. And on your screen. Remember his chip just stopped dead on the fringe of the green, and once again I think he has been opted to play too conservatively yet again. There's a bit of a down the ball, the slope, the green falls away towards the pin from where it stopped, and it didn't obviously get the roll he thought he would. And you can see he's not happy. He's trying to compose himself. Two wet shots in a row, he's left too short, and something that can sometimes upset you. But he knows he needs to put it behind him very quickly. Badal Hussain,
He's been having a pretty eventful round so far. He started with a double bogey, bogeyed the third, birdied the sixth and seventh, but again bogeyed the eighth. So he's just had three pars, two bogeys, two birdies, and a double bogey.
and he's playing super safe. He actually has the putter in hand from that far off the green.
No wonder.
Ball swinging right to left over there. But that should be a makeable putt for him to close out this hole. Close out the front nine for this group.
So among the top 15 players, so far we've had at least one eagle and three birdies, and of course Manu Gandas is par on this par five ninth hole. So this is the second birdie hole of the front nine, and let's see once the leaders group reaches here, we are definitely going to see some more changes there.
Dhruv Sharon pacing around the green, trying to get a final fix on what he needs to do to nail this putt. Certainly pin positions today, testing the players to the maximum. Very subtle changes, particularly close to the pin. We have seen the ball cut away or slip away more than once. sure on not wanting that to happen to this particular part of his, and making a good hand of that one. Never easy, these putts between 6 and 8 feet. And he will be hoping that back nine will get him better returns than the front has given him so far.
Meanwhile, Varun has dropped his first shot of the day on the 8th. So,
It looked like that. That's what,
Yeah.
because from that, when you're putting from that close, it's generally for par, and if you miss
Yeah.
that, it generally suggests that you will drop a shot.
true.
Arjun Sharma looking to clean up things on this one. He set off immediately after it knew he had not got the right line. He was in motion almost as soon as the ball was rolling. You can see one more shot. I think you will see one more blemish on his card, which he would not have, which he could have avoided. Actually, both shots that he has dropped, Rakesh, have come from wedge shots that he has kind of been a little too conservative with. And our event leader, Thangaraja of Sri Lanka, a four-time winner on the PGTA already, and increasingly looking like the field behind will have to work extra hard if they have a chance at unseating him from the driver's seat at the Ahmedabad Open, presented by Indusind Bank, being played at the Kensville Golf and Country Resort, some 40 kilometers outside of Ahmedabad, in the Thangaraja area. Thanga also has a towel out, and you can see now the wind is picking up. Now the flags on the pin poles is beginning to flutter. It was very sporadic yesterday, which is I was very surprised to see his comment later, that he had to play catering for the winds. It was very sporadic. It was on and off through the day yesterday, and once again we are seeing that erratic nature of the breeze. I mean, it's coming and going. It's not steady. It's not blowing regularly. It's slightly lazy motion of the flag. Some last minute input from his caddy.
By the looks of it, it looks like a regulation. 2 putts from here would do the trick for him.
It's coming up two shelves. 1, 2,
No.
and the ball not breaking at all.
Now, this is going to be tough because he is already.
Rolling absolutely.
He needs a
straight.
putt to save par here. So this is the first real test for Thangaraja. At least he won't have to deal with the slope here because he's in line with that. So had he been a little short or had the ball traveled a bit longer, then he would have had to deal with it. So
Similar challenge for Yashash. He's a couple of feet closer to the pin, but again he will have to cater for that upslope and then the leveling off. I think where the ball leveled off is what tricked Thanga, because instead of turning right to left, it just kept rolling straight on. And Chandra would have seen that, and he will factor that into his putt, into his calculations. And let's see. It's a nice looking stroke. Very nice putt.
very nice.
From that distance
Very
to
nice one.
turn it into a lag putt, which he basically needs to tap in. A good effort. Now,
He made some allowance for that slope there. I think he kept it well within the range. Didn't want to overhit it. And I think this was a very nice approach, very, very mature approach.
Gupta's turn, he also has the benefit of the read from Thangaraja's line. It's almost the same line. And obviously a lot closer.
Remember, Harinder has dropped a shot on the previous hole, his second for the day. And again,
Also
this he is
opting for
also going.
that, or from that, opting for the right to left line and not seeing the ball move more than a couple of inches. Tanga's ball just kept rolling straight on.
Yeah.
Gupta's ball had started to turn towards the pin, but by which time it had run out of pace. So he still has a couple of feet to go.
He's really been struggling with it. Once on the green, you see him struggle. And of course, this is a makeable putt for him. Tanga has a challenge. He has to be pretty accurate with his line and pace. Yes, he does
38,
it.
but this is what has kept him in front, Rakesh. This, he's other than on the second day when his putter seems to have it went cold for a while.
Yeah.
But yesterday he was absolutely nerveless with his putting, and we've seen today. This was not his first test, by the way. It was the second or third, not easy putt that he had left himself, and he's just been unfazed. 8 holes, he has picked up one shot so far. 10 under for the tournament, 1 under for the day. Leads Chandra by
And
four
one more
shots.
thing that I like about Thangaraja is that once he takes his stand, he just doesn't waste time. He just stays there. He knows what he needs to do and just goes for it. Unlike many golfers who take their time, they kind of replay the shot a few times in their minds before they execute it. Thangaraja doesn't seem to do that. He once he just takes that stance, eases himself there, and then just goes for it.
सच में हाँ भाई सच में अरे सच में हाँ भाई सच में ओ मस्त मलंगों का रंगी रंगों का मेला पतंगों का सच में हाँ सच में हाँ सच में हाँ भाई सच में चांदी की चादर है रेतीला सागर है रातें उजागर है सच में हाँ भाई सच में अरे सच में अरे हाँ भाई सच में
Well, the situation as it stands in front of you, the leader group having completed 8 holes, Sri Lanka's and Thangaraja 10 under for the event, 1 under on the day, being chased by Mysore's Yashas Chandra MS, who's 6 under. Chandigarh's Harinder Gupta is third with on 3 under par. Local boy Varun Parik just one shot behind Gupta in fourth place, alongside Italy's Michel Ortolani. These 5 are the only players who are under par, as you can see on the leaderboard in front of you. Manu Gandas, making yet another late charge, has clawed his way up to level par for the tournament. In the opening 9 holes, he has picked up 2 shots today. Shared second, 7th place, you see through Chevron and Ankur Chadha, Abhinav Lohan, again making a late run from the veteran. He's up to 2 over for the tournament after 12 holes on the last day. And young Anshul Kaptial from the Dodakwa Army Golf Course, ABPTA as it's called, also on 2 over. This is the top 10 for you. Kaptial having finished starting from the back 9 from the 10th tee is 2 over for the tournament after his first 9 holes. The following 3 weeks, we will see $3 events in succession, starting with the PGTI Hotel Planner Tour events at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, $300,000 Challenger Tour event from March 13 to 16, followed by the Delhi Challenger at the Classic Golf and Country Club from March 20 to 23, which then leads into the $2.25 million Hero Indian Open, the 58th edition of our National Open, which will be played as it has been for the last few years at the DLF Golf and Country Club in Gurgaon from March 27th to the 30th. So plenty of action, plenty of hectic action, and PGTI doing a terrific job of keeping this pace of one event every week from the time it started with the Players Championship in Kolkata to this, the 5th event. Manu Gandas on your screen now, the man on the move. 2022 Order of Merit winner for the PGTI, earned himself a 1 year playing rights on the DP World Tour, the European Tour. Manu Gandas currently a level par for the tournament. 10 shots behind the leader, but a man on the move, definitely. So, Manu spent a year in Europe on the basis of his winning the PGTI Order of Merit for 2022. The 23 season is spent in Europe, followed the next year by O.P. Chauhan, who topped the PGTI Order of Merit in 23. And this year we have Veer Alawat, who won the Order of Merit, the PGTI Order of Merit rankings for 2024, and is currently playing the DP World Tour. That's the progression path the PGTI has chalked out for itself, for its players, and towards which we will see these 3 successive events. 2 co-sanctioned with the Hotel Planner Tour, which is the feeder tour for the main European DP World Tour, followed by the 58th edition of the National Open, the Hero Indian Open, which will be a $2.25 million event. Badal Hussain, in some strife, looks to be in the thick reeds, not having a great tournament. Otherwise, he's been in terrific form from the end of last season till the first 4 events. Had a close second place finish already this year, but not at his best, struggling to cope with the demands of this 7,210 yard Kensville course. Scores, birdies, and better have been at a premium at this event, as you can see, with virtually the last final 9 holes of the tournament to go, of the championship to go. Our leader N. Thangaraja of Sri Lanka is 10 under for the event, 1 under for the day. So players really having to work very, very hard for every single gain, across every inch of territory. Manu lining up his putt on feed number 1, and Otolani chipping on, but again a little too conservatively on feed 2. Manu Gandas, standing over his putt, has climbed his way into the top 10 today. One of the big movers. In fact, he's into the top 6 now. Manu, with the 2 birdies he picked up on the front 9, having made the turn 2 under for the day, level par for the tournament, into the top 6. Sends his putt on its way, but just a little short. feed to Arun Parik, giving himself a tap in. Playing alongside Otolani and Ankur Chadha. Ankur now in your frame, bending down to do some gardening while Otolani is on his haunches, taking a close look at what needs to be done. Manu Kandas is playing alongside Anshul Kaptial and Jamal Hussain. That's young Kaptial on the picture now on live feed one. Ball stopping maybe 3 inches short or even less. It's a good putt from the young man. Flies his straight at the EPTA in Delhi, the golf course in Dholakwa, and Jamal Hussain from Dhaka. Jamal is following in the footsteps of Siddiqur Rahman, who's probably Bangladesh's most successful professional in recent times. Siddiqur has, of course, moved on to the Asian Tour and occasionally plays the European Tour as well. Jamal has tasted fair amount of success on the PGTI.
Talking of Jamal, Rahul, he looked good on the first 5 holes, picked up a shot, passed the rest. But on the next 4 on the front line, he just kept dropping shots. He dropped 3 shots in the space of 4 holes.
He's got one, just as you say that, Rakesh, he's got one back.
Just after the turn, yeah.
He's sunk a pretty long putt. Hopefully he's good there.
Yeah.
He's got one back.
So he was 2 over for the day. Now he's 1 over for the day. It's a very eventful round. I mean, a lot of action for him.
It's a nice putt from Chandra. He celebrates with a little fist bump. He knows he has to keep pushing. There's no choice. He's given away 2 shots in the first 8 holes, so he has to fight his way back up. Manu Gandas, having climbed all the way into 6th, he's sole 6th place now, behind the pair of Varun Parik and Michel Otolani.
This is the Magnite hole, the par 3. The first to get a hole in one on this hole gets that gleaming Nissan Magnite. So far, we haven't had any lucky winner there. So many attempts have been made this week, and only a couple, only I think the last few left. It's a nice challenging hole. You have a like water body separating the tee box from the green. It's bang in the middle of the fairway, and very beautifully designed. Where the golfers are required to show their craft. It's curated well, and of course, being a par 3, your tee shot is the one that's going to do the trick. That was too ambitious. Just bounces off the green. And that pin position seems to be pretty interesting here. because if you don't bounce the ball before the flag, there's every possibility of it overrunning the green, and that's
I love the city Ahmedabad for various reasons. I have lived there for 5 years. Also, I've won about 2 or 3 junior tournaments there. The PGTI is so welcoming. I don't feel at all that I'm new here. And also all the players, there's a certain amount of respect that everyone gets here. I started golf when I was 8 years old, so about 11 years now. You can say it was like really coincidental that I started golf. My dad's good friends told me that why don't you take up golf? So he just said that I'm too busy, I'll send my son, maybe he picks it up. Just a month later there was an event there, and then I played well in it. So just started playing golf a lot, had fun, picked it up really well. And last few years I was playing in the junior and amateur circuits. Played the Q school this year, played really well in it, and then the final stage as well, played well. So in the juniors I have won in Jaipur, in Rambagh. I have also won twice in Ahmedabad in the Kalhar course. I have secured podiums in amateurs in the Vizag courses, Eagleton as well. So played a lot of courses, played all over India. It's a really good experience. I love the city Ahmedabad for various reasons. I have lived there for 5 years. Also, I've won about 2 or 3 junior tournaments there. Played well in the amateurs as well there. Of course, this is a very different experience from the amateurs and juniors, a whole different level of performance here. The PGTI is so welcoming. I don't feel at all that I'm new here. And also all the players, certain amount of respect that everyone gets here. And I just have to say that I don't feel new at all. I just feel at home. From Indian golf, I would say probably Shubhankar and Anirban. I have watched them. I was fortunate enough to meet Shubhankar in Chandigarh when I was playing the amateur there. Just really good talking to them, and they're absolutely humble. And definitely finishing in the top 60 this year is a goal for me. So outside of golf, I love watching sports. I'm a big football fan. Whenever I'm free on weekends, I watch it a lot. Also, I listen to a lot of music just to relax. I love watching movies as well. Mentally, I'm doing well right now. It's just that you just gotta keep telling yourself that even if mistakes happen, you just gotta say that you can do it again. You just gotta reset and recollect and just keep focusing.
welcome back. So the leaders group is on the par 5/9. Thangaraja looking for his second birdie of the day. He has had a flawless round so far, and so has Yashas, the closest contender to the title on this day. Thangaraja has a fairly decent look at the pin, in a very clear way. Yashas needs to do some work. He has fallen short of the green. The challenge with the chip and shot is that where you bounce the ball and with how much pace. If you give it the right pace, you also have to ensure that the direction is right. And chip ins normally need a lot of control. Just what I said, where you bounce it, that's exactly it. Fell on the apron, lost its direction, and this is definitely a shot wasted. Considering he is the nearest challenger, he's now got to do something extraordinary to save par. And on live feed 2, that's Varun there. And on live feed 1, you have leader after the halfway stage, Harinder, who is now currently placed third, still struggling to find his game. So far, the race for the top 3 spots seems to be pretty clear. Thangaraja enjoys a 4-stroke lead at the top at 10 under for the tournament. Yashish at -6 enjoys a further 3-stroke lead over Harinder Gupta, who is on -3 for the tournament. But he definitely feels the heat since Varun Parekh is just a shot off him, followed by Ottolani, who dropped a shot on the 9th. So it's like only these 5 players have remained with subpar scores at almost the halfway stage of the final day. So with this 9 holes left for the leading 3, this seems to be heading one way. With every passing hole where Thangaraja either retains his lead or adds one to it, the race is becoming clear. I mean, the championship is going only one way. And that's a beautiful, beautiful effort there by Yashish. He needed something, but then a chip with 2 putts, I think he's really struggled here. Thangaraja looking to maximize his gains. He landed on the green all right. He was the closest to the pin, and here he's trying to close it. That was a miss. He knows he missed it. There was a break to the right.
Rare miss for him, Rakesh, from
Absolutely,
that distance.
yeah.
He's putted everything from
Everything
between
right, yeah.
6 and 8 feet. Not
And Yashish is going to breathe a sigh of relief because he would have thought that, the challenge that he's just put up that could even just wither away at the turn. But with this rare miss, Thangaraja is not going to go any further. But Yashish has still some work to do.
In fact, Gupta made a much better job of this chip from even before that. Actually, Yashish was lucky. His 2 feet further up down that he would have been in the water. You could see the outer bound stakes from where he chipped the ball first. He was very close to the edge of the water. So he got lucky there once, got unlucky the second time with that chip. And now he needs to close this out to not lose any further ground on the leader. I think Tanga's walked off with a par. Looking for a birdie, he's probably got a par. And Chandra looking to save his. Already 4 behind. Safely done.
Yash is showing, his kind of expressions. It reveals that he was looking for a birdie on this hole. Somehow couldn't make it. And now the action moves to the back 9. Plenty of action, really. And difficult to see a 4-shot swing. But, anything can happen. So let's hope that we have a lot of action in store for us. And Interestingly, Yashish hasn't buried this hole on any of the previous three visits in the last 3 days. This time he had a chance. And one thing that his cards show that his front line has been quite good in the last 3 days. He hasn't dropped a shot, except that on day one he had two bogeys without a birdie. But thereafter, I think he's been very consistent. And if you look at his cards so far in the tournament, he's just dropped four bogeys against a fair number of birdies. So Yashish has been probably the most consistent guy right up there. I mean, the most consistent among the Indians for sure. There you have Ankur, placed 7th at the moment.
He'll be desperate to get pulled at least one shot back before as quickly as he can, because he's lost ground.
Yeah, he's lost two shots since morning, dropped two. He's looking for his first birdie of the day. No. False shot.
To see it left it a bit low. It's a disappointing putt from that range. Has to be qualified as a bit of a disappointment. The fourth placed man on your screen now, Varun Parekh of Ahmedabad, two-time winner on the PGTI. He will obviously want to make as good an impression as possible on essentially what is his home turf. Taking his time. He will breathe a sigh of relief after that. The ball looked like it had crept past the hole before the edge caught it and sucked the ball in, so to say. I think he's having a few words with his caddy about the line which they had picked. Doesn't look too happy with what happened, but he will still hopefully have left this hole without too much of damage. Well, we are virtually into the final stage of this second edition of the Ahmedabad Open, and being played this time at the Kensville Golf and Country Resort. The first edition 2 years ago was played at the Glade One, also near Ahmedabad. And in pole position is our leader Thangaraja, 4 ahead of the field with 9 holes to go. On your screen, Rashid Khan, an unmistakable figure, with a very relaxed stroll about him. Never mind whatever the situation he finds himself in, you always see Rashid with a bit of a fellow Noida golf course player. Of course, Rashid nowadays makes the Noida golf course his home base. Amardeep Malik, winner, two-time winner, PGTI winner himself, including one last year. Not having the best of days. 7 over for the tournament.
वेलकम टू पीजीटीआई सुपर चैट फीचरिंग अमरदीप मलिक. फेयर वार्निंग, इस पे मैं कुछ भी पूछ सकता हूँ, पूरा लाइसेंस है, आपको बिल्कुल भी लाइन अप करने का कोई मौका नहीं मिलेगा. तो चलिए जल्दी से शुरुआत करते हैं. फर्स्ट थिंग, गोल्फ इज़ अ वेरी सीरियस गेम. गोल्फर्स भी इतने सीरियस होते हैं कि घर पे भी कोई आवाज़ नहीं करेगा, कोई डिस्टर्ब नहीं करेगा, सब कुछ सीरियस, या बिल्कुल ही अलग माहौल होता है?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। घर पे सारे के सारे गोल्फर्स, मतलब जितने मेरे दोस्त हैं, मुझे सब पता है कि वो गोल्फ कोर्स में बिल्कुल कुछ और हैं और घर पे कुछ और हैं। घर पे सब नॉर्मली रहते हैं, हंसी मजाक। और हाँ, कुछ ना कुछ क्वर्क्स आई थिंक गोल्फ कोर्स की घर पे भी जाती होंगी। जैसे मेरे लिए स्पेशली, मेरे को अपनी सारी चीज़ें बिल्कुल ऑर्डर में चाहिए, कि टी शर्ट्स का बिल्कुल जो क्रीज़ है बिल्कुल वैसे ही चाहिए मेरे को, बिकॉज मैं वैसे ही पसंद करता हूँ जब मेरे सूटकेस से निकलती हैं वो। तो कुछ आई थिंक चीज़ें गोल्फर अपने क्वर्क्स घर लेके जाता है, पर अदर देन दैट तो आई थिंक क्वाइट नॉर्मल।
बट हाउ इज लाइफ एज अ प्रोफेशनल गोल्फर? क्योंकि हम लोग तो ओला उबर में मिनी टैक्सी भी करके जा सकते हैं, आपको तो पूरा आपका किट बैग ही एक बंदे के बराबर हो जाता है।
कभी कभी ओला वाला बोलता है, भैया इसमें है क्या? और वो कहता है इसको पीछे बैठाओ, आप आगे बैठो। नहीं, डेफिनेटली लाइफ ऑफ अ प्रोफेशनल गोल्फर में बहुत ज़्यादा, मतलब दूर के ढोल सुहावने जो एक बात है, वैसा लगता है। बहुत मुश्किल लाइफ है, ट्रैवलिंग बहुत ज़्यादा है, और जितना लंबा आपका करियर खिंचता है उतना ही ज़्यादा आपको ट्रैवल उतना ही करना पड़ता है, घर से दूर रहना पड़ता है। आपके रिलेशनशिप्स, आपके पेरेंट्स, आपकी वाइफ्स, आपकी गर्लफ्रेंड के साथ, मतलब उतना ही स्ट्रगल करते हैं। पर कहने की बात है ना ये कि योर वाइफ और योर पार्टनर नीड्स टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट यू आर अ ट्रैवलिंग नोमैड। तो आई थिंक बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट होता है गोल्फर्स के साइड की फैमिली का, कि वो अलाउ करते हैं इतने 30-25 हफ्ते की, भैया बंदा घर से बाहर है।
अच्छा, बट अब तो टेलीकास्ट होता है गोल्फ के हर मैच। कभी घर जाके किसी ने कहा कि यार मैंने देखा आज, क्या इतना आसान था, कैसे मिस कर दिया, कभी पूछा?
हाँ, मेरे फादर मुझे भी बता देते हैं कि मैं को तो टीवी पे दिख रहा था कि तू राइट खड़ा है। वो ऐसा कह देते हैं कभी कभी। पर नहीं, मतलब जो चाहने वाले हैं, जो प्यार करते हैं, वो चाहते हैं कि आप अच्छा खेलो, और जब आपको देखते हैं वो खेलते हुए टेलीविज़न पे, तो उनको उतना ही लगता है कि सारे शॉट अच्छे जाने चाहिए। तो ये बहुत ही नॉर्मल चीज़ है। और हम भी प्लेयर्स भी वापस जाके अपना देखते हैं कि हमने मैचों में क्या किया है। टेलीकास्ट में दिखता है कि अच्छा उस होल पे जो शॉट लगी थी, मेरा क्या पोजीशंस थी, तो वो कैमरा से हेल्प मिलती है।
वैसे एक सवाल मुझसे हर कोई पूछता है, एज कि इस देश को क्रिकेट देखने की बहुत आदत है, तो वहाँ पर एक होता है मसल मेमोरी, कि एक शॉट को अगर आप 10 बार मारे तो मसल मेमोरी पे बन जाता है। तो ऐसा क्यों होता है कि गोल्फर हर टी से पहले 3 बार शॉट को प्रैक्टिस करता है और फिर जाता है?
देखिए, मसल मेमोरी उतना ही इंपॉर्टेंट हर स्पोर्ट में है, जितना क्रिकेट में है उतना हर स्पोर्ट में है। गोल्फ में क्या है, गोल्फ में वेरिएशंस बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ जाती हैं, और वो है क्योंकि इतना लंबा डिस्टेंस है, हवा है, बॉल किस तरीके से पड़ी है, वो है किस तरफ मारनी है, इतनी कैलकुलेशंस होती हैं गोल्फर की, कि मतलब वो आपने मीम देखी होगी, उसमें वो बंदा ऐसे कर रहा है और इतने ज़्यादा कैलकुलेशन चल रहे हैं, वो चलता है हर गोल्फर के दिमाग में शॉट से पहले। तो इसीलिए वो प्रैक्टिस में ये सोच रहे हैं कि अच्छा मेरे को उधर मारना है, मेरे को किस तरीके से मारना है, मेरे को क्या फील करना है। कुछ प्लेयर 3 करते हैं, कुछ 10-10 स्विंग लेते हैं और कोई तो एक भी स्विंग नहीं लेता। वो तो टोटली डिपेंड करता है आपकी रिदम के ऊपर।
एक आखिरी सवाल, अपना गुस्सा कैसे मैनेज करते हो? मान लो कि आपने एक आसान सा पट मिस कर लिया, तो आप क्या करोगे? या दिन अब बहुत खराब गया है आपका?
मेरा गुस्सा मैनेज बहुत ही ख़राब तरीके से होता है। मैं अभी तक नहीं कर पाया हूँ 20 साल में अपना गुस्सा अच्छे से मैनेज। मैं राउंड ख़त्म करने के बाद कम से कम 15-20 मिनट अगर मुझे खाना ना मिले तो मेरा दिमाग ख़राब हो जाता है। मैं किसी पे भी चिड़चिड़ा हो जाता हूँ। तो गुस्सा मैनेज करना तो मेरी अभी भी एक खोज है, जिस खोज के पीछे मैं लगा हुआ हूँ। होपफुली एक दिन मेरे को कुछ ऐसे ख़राब खेल के गुस्सा नहीं आएगा।
चलिए भाई, जल्दी से खाने का टाइम हो गया, क्योंकि अब इससे पहले कि जो है अमरदीप भाई को गुस्सा है। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर टॉकिंग टू अस इन पीजीटीआई सुपर चैट।
The penultimate group on the hole-in-one car hole, Michel Ottolani obviously not very interested in the car at all. The Nissan Magnite, not exciting the Italian. Can't blame him. Ferrari is also from Italy. So the final 5 players who still have the opportunity of driving away the wonderful looking Nissan Magnite. You can see the hoarding gleaming behind Odin Parik as he prepares to take his tee shot. Ottolani has had quite a roller coaster ride so far. Varun Parik relatively much more steady, and being the local boy, he would want to make as much of an impression as he can. derive the maximum benefit from his local knowledge. He has played these courses many a time in the past, as a junior, as an amateur. It looked like it was going right from the time it left his club. So, despite the green being as wide as it is, we've seen Michel Otolani pull his ball to the left. Oran Parekh slices his ball almost into the hazard on the right. There's a red out of bounds line and stakes along where his ball has gone. So it's a 50-50 whether he is in play or not. And the final member of this group waiting to hit his tee shot. Chandra opting to play off the center of the tee, unlike his compatriots who had gone left and gone right. His ball also seems to be heading towards the right, but he is the closest of the three to the green. Unfortunately, no prizes for closest to the pin on this one. It is the hole or nothing else for the car, which leaves only the final three in play for the Nissan Magnite, as they will be the last group to play this 11th, par 3 11th hole. Harinder Gupta looks to have gone long on hole number 10. Looking to fly the ball in. It's a good looking shot. And a live feed to Varun Parekh. Michel Otolani finishing off on the 11th, or looking to finish off on the 11th hole. So the Magnite stays safe for yet another set of players, and only the leader group who will be next on the tee box behind them, comprising leader in Thangaraja, second place Yashash Chandra, and third place Harinder Gupta, are still in play for the Nissan Magnite on hole number 11. Remember, the first player who gets a hole in one, who aces the hole, claims the car. So far, through 4 events and almost to the end of the 5th, there have been no claimants. Whether there will be any change in that scenario or that script remains to be seen. Thanga lining up his putt. We saw Gupta fly his ball in from off the green. And we did spot a ball very, very close to the flags, which could or should be that of Yashash Chandra. A long curling putt from the leader. Wonderful effort there. Almost 25-30 feet, and leaving himself just a tap in.
Thangaraja, with every passing shot, is inching closer to the title. And I was just mentioning a little while ago that the par 5 ninth, which is the second birdie hole on the course on the front line, could well prove to be very eventful, and it did turn out to be that way, but not the way I had intended, because from the leaders group, Thangaraja got a par, while Yashas and Harendra both double bogeyed on a par 5. So they had a double bogey 7 there. So that means the gap between the first and the second, that is Thangaraja, remains at -10, that is 10 under par for the tournament at the halfway stage. Yashas has fallen back, so he's 6 shots off the lead, and Harendra has dropped from the 3rd spot to the 5th spot after that double bogey. So that leaves Varun Parekh and of course the Italian contender Otolani sharing the 3rd spot. but they are on -2. That is 8 short of the lead. So with 6 holes to play, Thangaraja with a 6-stroke cushion seems to have almost sealed it. It is just a matter of time, unless we see something absolutely dramatic. Thangaraja will have to lose his way, and Yashas will have to play extraordinarily well to make a difference. Otherwise, as things stand, it seems to be Thangaraja all the way to the title.
Yeah, if he does win today, Rakesh, it will be his 5th win on the PGTI.
Yeah.
The very first one came 12 years ago. It was the Players' Championship at the Noida Golf Course, my home course, of course, as you know.
Yeah.
The second one, he had to wait for 2 years, not a very long one, the Players' Championship at the Panchkula Golf Club near Chandigarh. His third title on the PGTI was the Citibank American Express Chittagong Open, that's in Bangladesh. And his last win came 2 years ago at the Vizag Open. So Thanga well on his way to adding a 5th title to his belt, and it will be a well-deserved one because he's probably played the best golf of the entire field. The 134 that started off on Tuesday, and from the 56 who survived the cut after the first 36 holes. Playing steady golf, making gains wherever he can, not giving ground, unlike all those around him. In fact, he like Rakesh just pointed out to you, Yasha's surrendering two shots to the leader on the par 5 ninth. So that what I suspected when I saw his ball, Rakesh, is probably what happened. He must have gone into the water over there and taken a penalty over there, because his subsequent shots were, he missed his chip shot onto the green and then 3-putted from there. So Gupta also was not in a happy position on that hole. And his challenge for this event is all about over. Yashas also can, now the fact that he is now trailing by 6 shots and with barely 7-8 holes to go.
Yeah, it's tough.
So it's like I said, Dangas he's of course not going to take anything for granted. He's been around for too long. Like I just recounted to you, his first title came 12-13 years ago. So he's not a spring chicken. He's been around, plenty of experience, knows what is needed to win, and what he needs now to do now is where Rakesh, he will probably start thinking of what you were suggesting in the morning. He can now opt to play conservatively, make sure he just doesn't give anything away. I don't know if you remember years ago when SSP Chaurasia was on his way to his second Hero Indian Open win.
Yeah.
For the first time it was played at DLF, he was leading, I think, by 7 shots on the last day. And the last hole, he literally, hopped around the lake. He didn't need to take a risk. He could have,
He was just laying up for every second shot.
Every shot he laid up, he just popped his way around the lake, got to the green, and happily 2-putted there. No problem. There was no need to do anything fancy, anything spectacular. And Dharma is now...
Yeah, he's reached that point.
I beg your pardon. Thanga is now increasingly finding himself in that
zone,
position now. Another 2-3 holes, I think he will be there. He just has to keep his head down, keep plugging away, grinding away, bring it home. That's all he needs to do.
True. So there you have the last group having the last crack this week at the Nissan Magnite. Remember, the first to get a hole in one here gets that gleaming car. So Yash is busy dropping shots. I mean, he has already dropped 3 shots over the last 2 holes, but still finds himself 2 shot off the nearest challenger. So that's only because Varun Parekh and Otolani have also dropped shots on the 11th there before moving on to the 12th. So lots of action. One man who remains focused and who has remained absolutely unflinched, that is Thangaraja. With 8 holes to go, he has a 7-stroke advantage as we speak. So he doesn't have much to do really. I mean, he just has to play to par, and I think he can still win by at least a margin of a dozen or around that. So yesterday, till about 12 holes into day 3, nobody would have thought that the margin between the first and the second is going to be so huge. At the moment, it is 7 shots. It can actually get enlarged further. Looking at the way Yashas has struggled, and I mean, the 3 guys following the leader on the leaderboard, that is Yashas, who is on -3, Varun and Otolani, both on -1. So imagine the third player, the joint third, is trailing the leader by 9 shots with 8 holes to play. So that gives you an indication as to where Thangaraja is in the race. He's almost out of sight of the field. So Yashas is the only one, but then again, 7 shots is still huge. So there's no point in even even suggesting that Thangaraja faces any threat from anywhere. He doesn't have a nearest challenger. There you see the hovercam on the Nissan Magnus hole, the 11th hole on the course, a par 3, and that gives you an idea. It's a beautiful 360-degree view, and there you are. This is how it looks like.
Rakesh, just adding to your point, and this is also a function of how well Thangaraja has tackled this course.
Yes.
Where everybody else around him have dropped shots or have been dropping shots, feeling the pressure. I mean, even someone as level-headed as Yashas Chandra, he's a very cool guy, very relaxed bloke.
Yeah.
He has gone off the rails, with a double bogey and a bogey in 2 holes. And Haran Gupta has been dropping shots. Varun Parekh was on the move.
Twice
He's dropped
in
2
the
shots
space
in the
of
last
4 holes.
4 holes. So when that happens, it just underlines the consistency and steadiness of the guy who's in the lead. And there's a reason why he's now sitting on a 7, like you said, 7-shot lead, because of this. And he has not let a single bit of pressure get to his game. He's absorbed all the pressure. Yeah, Yashas on looking to fight back or at least arrest the slide. He's now on almost within touching distance of those who are in third and fourth place behind him. So the way Thanga has absorbed the pressure, not let it get to his game, kept his mind away from this is where the mind can start to play tricks. Oh, I'm 7 up, no problem, 6 up, I can take it easy. That's when you can lose it very quickly. And immense amount of discipline required to keep that focus, which he has done through 10 holes so far. We are now on the 12th. Didn't have a great tee shot, but given the way he has handled, like I said, the pressure,
it's amazing that he's the only one to left it short there, but he had the line almost right. Maybe it would have still lifted the cup there had it traveled a bit longer. but it doesn't hurt him so much. Because with Manu Gandas dropping a shot on the 12th, that's a par 4, Thangaraja is the only player not to drop a shot today. And he's the one who can actually afford to drop shots and still be ahead. So it shows his focus. And it's quite strange that, he seems to be playing a different course. And like everybody has struggled, they've had their share of struggles. Thangaraja, even when he looked a bit in a spot of bother, he has pulled off that shot and he has extricated himself from trouble. Uh, Fantastic play, and he very well deserves to just be there on top, and maybe he can win by the biggest margin seen this season so far. I mean, we're still it's still very early into the season, but 7 shots and counting, it's huge.
True. And this is in its own way as dominant a performance as Shaurya Bhattacharya's was at Raipur last week. That was a huge number, 27 under. But this 10 under today is just as impressive, if not even more impressive. That was a par 69 course. This is a par 72 course. It's 7,210 yards long. One of the longest. PGTI is coming back to this venue after 6 years. Obviously, now Thanga has been around for a long time, so he has probably played this course before, which some of the others may not have. So that's an early advantage he would have given himself. Having said all of that, to still come out and play the sort of golf that he has, and remember the day he lost ground on the field was when his putter was not working.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with his
Day
game.
2 of the tournament.
His long game and his short game, there was nothing wrong with that. It was only his putter that sort of let him down on the second day. Moment he sorted it out yesterday, some nice graphics and use of modern technology available to show you Manu Gandas's drive. You could see the flex on his driver head as he started his downswing, and he's currently on screen in front of you, unfortunately having just dropped a shot.
I think he got the direction right, the
Made a
speed.
pretty good go
let
of
him
it.
down.
People are now dropping shots all around our leader. I mean, Yashas has dropped 3 in 2 holes. We just, like we said, Varun Parekh has dropped a shot. Michel Otolani has dropped a shot. Manu has just dropped a shot. So the pressure now clearly getting to the others, whereas the person who's actually should be feeling the most pressure because he's in line for a fairly hefty paycheck. 10 lakh of rupees at the end of the day if he wins this event, the Ahmedabad Open presented by Indusind Bank at the Kensville Golf and Country Resort. It's Thangaraja who ought to be feeling the pressure, but he is not because the way the chasing pack has played around him or behind him has given him a cushion that's getting wider by the hole. Currently 7 shots to the good, and with the final 7 holes of the championship to go. Anshul Kaptial on your screen now. Looking to wrap things up for his campaign in Ahmedabad. A young man from the ABPLIVE course in Dholakma. Jamal Hussain is next. His unmistakable blue trousers, which he seems to favor. He has a collection of blue and red trousers. And we just saw Thangar leaving the par 3 11th hole, the Nissan Magnite hole, which survives until the next PGTI event the following month, sometime in April. Thanga walks away from the 11th with a par. He almost increased his lead there. And Jamal Hussain on your screen, looking to finish up. More aerial shots of the Kensville course, now fairly wooded because of it's been around for some time. Probably the oldest of the courses built in and around Ahmedabad, and a wonderful sight from the air, as you've been just see, has been as the drone pilots have shown you frequently over the last 2 days. So there you have it again. After 11 holes, Thangaraja, a four-time winner on the PGTA Tour, already looking well set to add a fifth to his collection. There is no hot chase anymore. It is now 7 strokes, the margin between him and Chandra from Mysore, the Mysore player, now 3 under for the tournament. Varun Parekh, Michel Ottolani, Harinder Gupta, and Manu Gandas, and Ankur Chadha sharing in a share of what, third place? I beg your pardon. That's three tied for third place, and Manu Gandas, Ankur Chadha in a share of sixth on 1 over par. Once again, it is a very, very small number of just 5 players from surviving 56 professionals who made the 36 hole cut who are under par. Back at the Kensville Open, closing, literally the final rites of the Ahmedabad Open presented by Indusind Bank played out in front of us. Even the lead group now has the final last 7 holes to go on this championship Friday. Sri Lanka's M. Thangaraja seemingly well on his way to a fifth PGTI title, and that was a little bit of magic we just saw. The ball landing and nailing itself to the green, foot and a half from the pin. Terrific shot there. And one of the resident ibises calmly strolling past across the line of the next player to hit into the green. Backswing reminiscent somewhat of Matthew Wolf's, the Wolfman. Club going straight back and then outwards rather than in. This is the par 5 17th, the longest hole on this course, 621 yards. It's test by itself for many golfers, other than these guys who are all professionals, play a different level of golf than everybody else. Abhinav Lohan on the screen. 4 over for the tournament. The Tour Senior has had something of a career revival since last year. He won after a fairly long break, waiting for one of his compatriots to play himself onto the green.
Welcome to
It looked like
PGTI
it was
Super
Abhinav's
Chat
ball.
featuring Abhinav Lohan, aka the angry young man of the PGTI. Pehla sawal, first question, Abhinav. Why are there so many emotions on the field for you?
See, I play golf with a lot of passion, and my whole thing is if I keep that bottled up inside, तो मुझसे अगला shot नहीं लगेगा. So I mean I make it a point if I let it out on the golf course, or maybe if I slam a club, I just reset after that. So it kind of helps me to release that pent up emotion after a bad shot. But at least I'm done with it, and that helps me reset before the next one.
You ever scared a caddy or your co-colleague with this?
I could have, yes, but I mean, I'm trying to work on it, slightly getting better. But yes, I'm very bad at keeping my emotions inside. It actually hurts my game.
But tell me, Abhinav, you've been on this circuit for so long. How did you take up golf? Is that your first sport, or was it something else and it moved on?
No, actually, I used to play badminton. I used to go to a badminton court very close to the golf course in Faridabad. So my dad used to drop me to the badminton court, and he used to play 9 holes. But that badminton court, जब भी कभी शादी होती थी तो वो badminton court booked होता था. So one time my dad, instead of he saw कि यार यहाँ तो शादी हो रही है, चलो golf course चलते हैं. That's how I started. I used to just go with my dad to just hack around, kill 2 hours. So slowly I started practicing, started playing junior tournaments, and then just kept practicing, kept getting better, and I really enjoyed the whole process of practicing, getting better, playing tournaments. So that competitive fire, that actually helped.
Tell me, on the PGTI circuit, we've got multiple winners. Is it good, or is it bad that no one is able to dominate the field as much as anyone would like to?
I think the last time when 2 people dominated was Manu and Yuvraj, when they won. I think both of them won like 5 or 4 events every year in that particular year. Sorry, but it's actually good to see new winners every week. That goes to show that the depth of Indian golf is getting better. So there are more and more people who are capable of winning tournaments, even in tough fields. So I mean, that's actually a very, very good sign for Indian golf.
Tell me, what's the banter between golfers when they hit a shot off the tee and they walk all the way to the fairway?
I mean, there's a lot of banter. Sometimes, I mean, a lot of which we can't share or can't show on TV. But it's fun, especially when you're playing with your friends or people who you grew up with. So it just becomes very comfortable because you've played with them for so much. So yeah, I enjoy playing with people I know, and you can chat a little bit. Keeps the entertainment factor also going in the round.
You end up hitting 45 minutes. You were at the range hitting, but tomorrow morning you will go up and start your first shot. You will still be practicing. Then you hit the next shot at the fairway. You will still be practicing before a shot. Why do you need so much?
Because the movement is so precise to hit the perfect golf shot. Your club face can be 1 degree off and your ball can go 20 yards offline. So that's how tough it is to hit a good golf shot.
Thanks a lot, Abhinav, for talking to us. So that was Abhinav Lohan, and he's not angry at all with me for having this super chat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, our producer GS Vivek bringing you up to speed with Abhinav Lohan, who admits he has an issue with his temper. We have not seen very much of that today.
Of course, he, 2 shots ago, two holes back, he had a double bogey on the par 5 14th. So I don't know if we have the visuals of that.
Fortunately, the camera probably was not on him, so good for him, Rakesh. Brisk finish to this long par 5, extended 621 yard par 5. Then leaving this group, heading to their last hole of the championship. Meanwhile, we are back with a group of Adil Hussain, Dhruv Shivran and Arjun Sharma. none of whom have had a particularly good day. In fact, very few people have had a good day other than our leader,
Yeah.
who's cruising towards his fifth PGTI Tour title.
Barring the leader, if you see those placed second, third, fourth, and fifth, none of them have a subpar round so far during the day, and we are already into the second half. So everybody else is struggling, and even the leader can show just one under for the day because he's been so precise with his play. He's found pars on 10 out of the 11 completed holes, and I mean, apart from that, he's got a birdie on a par 5 6. So overall, we didn't see any dramatic shot making today or some long putts. But yes, as a scoreboard suggests, there's been a lot of struggle on the greens. The players have not been able to read the lines as well as what was expected of them. So meanwhile, in the top three, you have players, two overseas players for the first time. Otolani, after struggling a bit, has picked up a shot on the back nine. He's got a birdie bogey birdie sequence on the first three holes of the back nine. So he has overtaken um, Harendra Gupta for a change. And Harendra has been finding pars on those two holes that he has played on the back nine. So he's still struggling. And yesterday he had a birdie-free day. Rather, he couldn't get a single birdie yesterday. Today, even after 11 holes, he has only one birdie to show. So that means over the last 30 plus, last about close to 30 holes, he has got only one birdie to show. So it shows that he has struggled on the green. And that's the reason why, after leading the field at the halfway stage, he finds himself in the fourth spot with just about 7 holes for him to play.
Here's another man who struggled, Rakesh. Started off in the top 5 or 6 this morning and steadily slipped away.
Yeah.
Double bogey, bogey, bogey. So he's Badal Hussain.
Badal, yeah.
Not having the greatest of days. And he's by no means the only one. There are almost everybody.
Yeah, he has company.
Everybody. He has plenty of company in misery. And there are a lot of miserable people, going to be a lot of miserable faces around at the end of today's final 18 holes, unfortunately. So, like you very correctly pointed out, this is suddenly a very international field to the top 5, top 3. You have a Sri Lankan at the top, and you have an Indian in the middle, and well, excuse me, that has changed just as we speak. Now it's a share of second place. Otolani picking up yet another shot, and Yashash Chandra dropping yet another shot. So he is fallen back to 2 over for the tournament. Yashash is 2 over for the day. Otolani is level par. Our leader by 8 now. 10 under par for the tournament after rounds of 65, 73 and 69. Today playing 1 under so far. And Arjun Sharma here.
The leaderboard speaks for itself. It's an 8-shot cushion for the leader. You don't see that very often with still 6 to play. This is a huge margin, and we are still not done with it. So,
And Rakesh, I'm sorry, if you actually put it in the context of the overall score, with a tournament likely winning score of maybe 10, maybe 11, maybe 9, who knows? With a tournament low total of 10 under as it stands now, to have an 8-shot margin. I mean, just look at the ratio aspect of it. I'm not a mathematician, nor am I a mathematics student. If you are, maybe you can put it into a slightly better perspective. I mean, I would just, giving the cold figures in front of you, a total score of 10 under par, with a lead margin as it stands now of 8. I mean, that must be, in the outer realms of golf mathematics. If somebody can, or who's listening out there, if they can, sort of bung in a message somewhere and help us out, thank you very much in advance. But this is really remarkable. That's essentially what I'm trying to say. I mean, you have low scoring events like we did last week or a couple of weeks back at the Grade 1 and in Calcutta. But if there is say a 27 under, there was somebody who was 25 or 24, 3 shots behind. Here on a 10 under total score, the margin is 8. I mean, it's phenomenal. The proportion or the ratio, whichever term comes easily to you. Take your pick, but it's amazing. And this is just a really dominant performance by Thangaraja.
Yeah, because what I feel is that barring Thangaraja, a lot of these front runners or those in the top 10, they've imploded at some point. It's just that they were hit between the years, maybe because what they were thinking and what they were they were probably they overestimated their chances at some point, overdid certain things, overreached, and the course was quick to punish them. Whereas Thangaraja, he's just played the course. He hasn't done anything great. I mean, you just look at his score; it's just -1 for the day. He hasn't done anything, out of the ordinary. But even his focus on getting pars makes him look so consistent because that score stands out. And you like rightly said, when all others are scoring so high, in the sense that low score has eluded most of the golfers this week. And let's not forget, even Thangaraja has 1 day of a overpass score, and he leads by 8 at the end of say 12 rounds on the final day, 12 holes on the final day. So exceptional, and so far he has only minimized his mistake, or rather kept it to the minimum. So that, I think, has separated him from the rest. And give a lot of credit to the second place Ottolani. He has been trying a lot of things. I mean, he hasn't focused just on par. He's willing to drop a shot because he's so confident that he can pick up shots as well, and that's what he has proved. He is on par after 4 birdies and 4 bogeys, after 13 holes. So I think his never say die approach has helped him climb a few spots. Yashas, meanwhile, has dropped 4 shots in the space of 4 holes. So that is something that he needs to deal with. But he still has a few holes to go. But he needs to find birdies. After 2 successive birdies by the 3rd hole, he hasn't done anything to enhance his chances. Harvinder Gupta with a double bogey on the 9th. He's also come down. And now we're seeing... Yeah.
Manu now on the 16th tee. Sorry, Rakesh.
Yeah.
And even as we speak, I mean, just adding to your points, even as you were speaking, the number of players who are under par at this championship has dropped to 4. Yeah. Like you said, the course is quick to punish.
It was 5, yeah. It was 5
It was
for a
5,
long time,
it was
yeah.
6 at one point when we started
yes.
commenting. And Manu Gandas almost hold this one.
Almost. Yeah.
That was the closest we have seen to a hole. Unfortunately, not on the Nissan Magnite hole number 11. This is the 16th. This is a par 3. But Manu's tee shot landed on to the right of the flag, rolled towards the pin, actually hit the pin, bounced out, and has rolled 5-6 feet away. Terrific shot. He had a moment of
There you have it
real
again.
excitement just now in front of us.
Just
Live, brought to you live. In fact, you saw it as it happened on your screens. You see the ball landing there, rolls straight towards the flag.
Oh, it finds the flag, yeah?
Actually hits
Then
the
rolls
edge of
over,
the pin. It hits the edge of the cup and rolls about 7-8 feet away now. Gives me a great, but some genuine excitement there, Rakesh.
Yeah.
So far, we've seen a fairly one-sided. It's been a procession actually today. There's been no real excitement because no one's really threatened the leader at any
leader,
point.
yeah.
He started the day with a 4 or a 5 shot advantage, I beg your pardon, and he's almost doubled it by the end with his closing 5-6 holes to go. So this one shot from Manu almost, sort of sparked this whole thing to life just a little bit. Unfortunately, that was not to be either. But great shot, no doubt about it. And this is the Manu Gandas we know, and we've seen him play some great golf in the past, and I'm sure he'll come back to it as well. Because, like we heard Abhinav mentioning just during his chat with our producer, that 1 year, 2022. At one point, it looked like a two-man show.
Yes.
There was
Manu
between
and,
Yuvraj, Sandhu, and Manu Gandas. They won almost everything.
They were winning
One
by
won
turns, yeah,
5,
actually, yeah.
the other one 4. So 9 tournaments in a schedule of maybe
Between
15
two,
or
yeah.
16.
Between
It was a dominant performance, and Manu won the Order of Merit at literally the very last tournament of the year. Otherwise, it would have been somebody else. I mean, that was that close. So that was really a dominant performance. So yeah. So something close to that we are seeing from our leader today, that dominance at the top of the order, just not giving way, not yielding an inch at all, not giving his pursuers any room to breathe. He's not given them a chance, any flicker of hope also. So which is in its own way helped to keep the pressure on those who are chasing when they all have faltered around him. It's very obvious. If you look at the scoreboard, that tells you the story. A 2 over for the day for the man who was in second place, 3 over for the man who was in third place. And it just shows the relentless nature of Thanga's pursuit for a title here. We're running out of holes, and we're running out of adjectives to describe his performance over the last 2 days over here. And there you go, Jamal Hussain completely underhitting, muffing that shot, duffing it, call it what you want. For a player of his stature to just really get it over the green and get it over the bunker, 7 feet or 10 feet. I think it just sums up what, it's a combination of what the course can do to your game and what pressure can do to your game. Jamal, such a steady player otherwise. We've seen him in many situations, calm as a rock. Today he's just fallen apart. This course has punished, and like you very rightly said, it's very quick to punish you, and we're seeing that evidence in front of our eyes. Where Manu was on the green, hit the flag and rolled away. Jamal was beyond the bunker, and now he will at best walk away from this with a bogey, if not worse.
Jamal, in fact, had a very very up and down sort of a round. He had 3 successive pars to start with, bogeyed, then he picked up a birdie on the 4th, then dropped 3 shots in the space of 4 holes on 4 holes on either side of the turn. Took a turn at 38, that is 2 over for the day, and then he picked up 2 shots by the 14th hole, and then he parred the 15th. So he's been at it. He remains on par after all the action. As I said, 3 birdies and 3 bogeys to show, but and he is still in the top 10. He shares the crowded 6th spot, which is like lined up from 6th to the 12th. So there are about 7 players sharing the 6th spot. He's one among them. Tough for him, but anybody moving up from there, I mean, it's going to because they are 2 shots behind, 2 strokes behind the 5th placed Varun. That means anybody gaining a shot or moving up will be holding the sole position of the sixth spot. So that means in terms of money, that could be a sizable difference. So one shot is going to be worth a few lakhs for those seven tied for the sixth spot.
The man on the screen is the most likely to do exactly what you're saying, Rakesh. Manu Gandas, having missed out on a hole in one, is very well placed for a birdie that will lift him out of this crowd.
Yes.
Of shared sixth into sole sixth place.
Yeah.
Behind Varun Parikh. Varun now himself struggling somewhat, but still has a two-shot advantage over this group who are in sixth place behind him. Varun on level par for the tournament. 1 under for the day. 1 over for the day, I beg your pardon. Manu in line for his birdie putt on the par 3 16th. Yes. Julie converts. He could have been even better than this. Could have been a 1 on against him instead of 2 on this hole, par 3 hole. And on live feed 2, we see Otolani and Chandra pretty close to each other. Anshul Kaptial there on the screen, live feed 1. Young man from the Dholakwa course in Delhi. It's only his second season on the PGTI, full PGTI, senior PGTI tour, full tour. And on your right, Varun Parikh from Ahmedabad. Long curling putt for Anshul. Drifts just wide of the hole. Jamal Hussain now looking to salvage a bogey on this par 3 16th. Duffed his second shot, barely crossed the bunker. Chipped on with his third, and here he still needs a slightly nerve-wracking putt to finish out the hole.
Rahul, should the standings just stay like the way it is at at this point in time, that one birdie of Mani Gandas could prove to be worth more than 6 lakhs at this point in time, because that has taken him off that group, that crowded group, where imagine getting that share of the sixth spot between 6 and 12, whatever is the prize money, to holding on to that one position above, and he's in the sole position of that spot, and that's worth a lot. So, and that's, I think, probably it is more than the difference between the first and the second. So that is quite huge.
Jamal saves bogey on that. 2 holes to go for him in this championship. He would rather forget as quickly as possible. Otolani in front of you now. Long putt. Looking to wrap up the 14th. The Italian now sole position of second place. I beg your pardon. Sharing it with Yashas. Harinder Gupta still clinging on to the top 5 despite all of the misfortunes of his front line. He is in sole position of 4th place, which Varun Parikh is 5th. M. Dharma has made a late run up the leaderboard, and he also is in a share of 6th place, when Manu Gandas will break out of shortly. And into sole position now of 6th place behind Varun Parikh, who's level par. Manu Gandas will move to 1 under for the tournament. And Varun Parikh so far level par, 1 over for the day. So the finishing rites of this Ahmedabad Open presented by Indusind Bank being played out in front of us. Some more technology demonstrations in front of you. Manu Gandas's drive being tracked again by the PGTI Super Tracker. Lovely finish, textbook stuff, copybook, as they say. And one more look from the air. As you can see, from barring the odd green, these are very generous sized greens this golf course has offered, despite which we have seen virtually no score other than Thangaraja's even near the two-figure mark. Quite astonishing.
It's a great angle, really.
Kensville Resort, getting a flyby from our drone cameras. Very nicely wooded area, plenty of trees. It's now a mature course, been around for a while, 20 plus years. So it's grown steadily, as is the case with every new course. When you plant trees around, and as the years go by, the trees get bigger and bigger and bigger, and all of a sudden you have a nice tree shaded set of fairways, which happens with every course over a period of years. And the Kensville course now seeing that very want of a better phrase. Our event leader Thangaraja there in the blue T-shirt, seemingly in a obviously in an expansive mood. He's just literally a few holes away from his 5th PGTI title, and the first since 2023, the Vizag Open. His first win coming 12 years ago in 2013. Man who was once in the lead after 2 days, Harinder Gupta in the green T-shirt, the right of your picture, now pushed down the leaderboard, dropped to 4th, and the man in the share of 2nd place was just behind him in the brown T-shirt, Chandra MS of Mysore, sharing 2nd place with Italian Michelle Ortolani. So a true international flavor to the top 3 of this PGTI event presented by Indusind Bank, the Ahmedabad Open, its 2nd edition. And we have the mandatory visit, Rakesh, by a dog. This a black friend cross live feed 2, the camera on live feed 2. Somehow no sports event in India is complete. At least those are played out in the open complete without a canine visit, and we've just ticked off that box and right in front of us. Thank you, doggy. Nice of you to put in an appearance.
Harinder looking at the target. He's really struggled. He showed great form on day two, but thereafter I think nothing has gone in his favor. During the money rounds he's still struggled. Just has one birdie to show. He didn't get a single one yesterday. Today, even after 12 holes, he's just got one. He's got one birdie, two bogeys, and a double bogey. So that speaks for itself.
Live feed too, we just saw Arjun Sharma doing a bit of gardening. This is now, of course, Badal Hussain. Badal Hussain, Dhruv Chevron, and Arjun Sharma form the third from last group in this Ahmedabad Open, a 1 crore rupee event, the fifth on the PGTI scheduled for 2025. After which we head into a series of $3 events, which will offer close to $3 million in $300,000 for two events, the two Challenger Tour events, the PGTI Hotel Planner Tour events, to be played in Calcutta and Delhi, followed by the Hero Indian Open, the 58th edition of our National Open in Gurgaon. Badal Hussain just now going through the motions of what will be a very forgettable day for him. And Dhruv Chevron doing his bit to finish off, while Yashas does the same on live feed 1. But this has been a textbook, in fact, a class demonstration by our leader, Sri Lanka's and Thangaraja, of tackling a tough course, keeping your cool, planning your way across. He must have put in a lot of thought on how best to leave nothing to chance. That's a tremendous putt from distance, 40 feet plus, by Harinder Gupta. I think he's getting the heat, letting the heat get to him. A little emotional with his caddy. And Chevron on your right, live feed 2. Thanga in some strife for probably the first time today, or maybe just the second. He was in the bunker, played himself out rather nicely. No fuss over there. And right now, even if he does drop a shot, Rakesh, I don't think he's going to be unduly fussed, because now the lead is, like we mentioned earlier, it is 8 strokes.
Staggering, actually. 8
Staggering.
shot lead,
With
yeah,
just
absolutely.
after this hole will be the final 4 holes of the championship for him to go. Ice cool Sri Lankan, showing almost no emotion at all. Veteran of many battles. He's been a repeat amateur winner. He's won the Sri Lanka Amateur. He's won the Pakistan Open. He's won in India as well as an amateur before turning professional in 2012. And 2013 was when he won his first professional PGTI title. Now the owner of 4, he is literally 4 holes away from adding a 5th. The long career has seen many highlights. And maybe youngsters watching this telecast can learn a little bit from this very cool and very determined display. Even there, even with literally everything locked up, here he is a man who is not taking anything, leaving anything to chance.
And it seems
Everything that is in his power to control, he is making sure that he is getting the most out of. It was very easy for him to have, all right, doesn't matter if I leave a shot. Even now, Rakesh, he is
he's
not
giving it all.
willing
Yeah,
to
true.
surrender an inch.
True.
And it's not the field, his opponents he's playing. He's playing against himself and the
Yes,
course.
that's true. He's not even looking at the the scoreboard or the leaderboard. He's just focused on finishing the job and doing it really well.
You can call it ruthless, you can call it determined, you can call it ice cold. But this is what success is built on, and he has really shown.
See, what
Everybody
we've
else
seen,
the way to play.
over the last 3 days is his consistency. And especially on a day like this where everybody else has struggled. If you look at the top 15, there have only been 2 players who have broken par on this day. Everybody else is par or more. And Thangaraja has that kind of consistency where he minimizes errors, he's just focused on the job. And that is, I think, probably the key to his success. Because if you just look at his track record on the PGTI, over the years, like last time he had 4 top 10 finishes, took the 17th spot. Year before that, again, he had 4 top 10s for the 12th spot. And then, of course, you mentioned that he has already won 4 times on the tour. Even in 2019, he had 5 top 10. So if you just look at his record, he's been having at least 4 top 10s every season. And then, of course, winning the tournaments, the PGTI Players Championship. Then, of course, he has been like runner-up a few times. So overall, when you look at the kind of success that he has had in India on the domestic tour, that is only a continuation of the promise that he showed as an amateur. He has won in more than one country. He was a semi-finalist of the All India Amateurs. He has made it to the Sri Lankan squad. He was part of the Asian Games squad in 2010. So, he's had that growth right from the very beginning. He's been showing that he has it in him. And that's fantastic, I think. And winning the way he's winning here with that kind of a cushion only shows that he's on the right track.
Yeah, we'll just talk about it a little bit more, Rakesh, in a while. I'll have some inputs to add over here to what you're saying. And in front of us now, Manu Kandas on this par 5 17th hole. Manu has also had something of an up and down day. 2 early gains negated by 2 bogeys after he made the turn. And he will be hoping to pick something up here. Though what we thought was a birdie doesn't seem to be reflecting on the scoreboard yet. It will be there shortly once the score is updated. Throwing that ball up very well, but can't really see where it has ended. Doesn't seem to be anywhere near the pin. Second member of this group, Badal Hussain in the pink and blue in front of you. Purposeful walk up and down the green. Unfortunately, not had the best of tournaments. So this golfer from Bangladesh, from Dhaka, has been a model in his own way, a model of consistency. And coming back to your point, Rakesh, I was in Sri Lanka not very many weeks ago, and I met quite a few people in the golf fraternity, including the gentleman who runs Golf Sri Lanka, as they call themselves now. It is such a small fraternity. The golf fraternity in Sri Lanka is literally tiny. I think they have something like a total of 17 courses across the country. Of course, it's a small country.
Yeah.
But at the same time, just 17 courses, out of which only 5 or 6 are private courses. All the others are either mostly in the hands of the military, either the Navy, the Army, or the Air Force. There are no public courses at all in Sri Lanka. Despite which they have thrown up over the years. I mean, the name of Nandasena Pereira is a legendary one. Every golfer, I mean, even Ali Sher, a 2-time Indian Open winner, remembers when Nandasena passed away a couple of years ago. I spoke to Ali Sher.
Yeah.
He remembered him very fondly. Brandon D'Souza, one of the founding members of the PGTI.
Of the PGTI, yes.
He remembers Nandasena. Nandasena's son, in turn, became a legend of the game, both in his country and as Mithun Pereira, who retired from the PGTI last year. Wonderful bloke, very jovial man, extremely nice guy. So there's only been a handful of golfers who have come out of that country, and from that small pool, to have 3, 4, 5 players on the PGTI who are winners. Now we have Thangaraja in front of us. Otherwise, there's been Prabhakaran, who's also in the field but not having that good a tournament. He has been a PGTI winner in the past. Mithun himself has been a PGTI winner. So it's been, for a small country and a very small pool of golfers, it's really impressive. Similarly, even Bangladesh is a country that doesn't have a huge history of golf or that many golf facilities. But and I'm glad that the PGTI has turned itself into what it is now. And almost like it's an international destination now. We have players from all over the world who are playing here. Right in this field, we have from at least 6 countries, if not 7 countries, who are playing from around the world. And it's wonderful to see. The PGTI Q School had players from 17, 18 countries in contention.
Yeah, it's like the PGTI is the like the mini version of the Asian Tour. You can actually say that because a lot of countries come and play here. The prize money on offer is on the rise, and the conditions are, of course, very, very good. So overall, when you see PGTI has grown in 2 decades of existence, I think they've really done well. They've attracted a lot of names, and their organizational skills that has shown improvement. The focus on being uh, closer to the like players. I remember from the PGA, the PGAI, that was the parent body at one point in time, the governing body of professional golf in the country. When the players broke away and they formed the PGTI, I still recall the kind of friction it had initially, but then it settled down. The players were all together, and that movement of that has now turned into kind of an organization which is professionally run, headed by a cricketer turned golfer, and it has its own strengths. And as you can see, right now as we speak, there has been a slight change in the leaderboard there. Yashas, after finding a birdie on the par 5 14th, is now holding on to the second spot, 7 shots off the lead and 1 ahead of Ottolani.
Ottolani on your screen a little while ago, teeing off on the 16th hole. So this is the second from last group of the Ahmedabad Open presented by Indusind Bank. Par 3. Just minutes ago, we saw Manu Gandas miss out on a hole-in-one on this very hole, the par 3 16th hole. And this is the penultimate group that's teed off in front of you. Michel Ottolani, Varun Parekh, and Ankur Chadha. All 3 of them on or around the dance floor. And this group will very shortly make its way to the par 5 17th, followed by the leader group, which, as Rakesh just mentioned to you,
Good afternoon. From here at Kensville Golf Club, we are playing on the final day of the Ahmedabad Open presented by Indusind Bank. I'm going to tell you all about a very special person who has been the backbone of PGTI, our tournament director, Mr. Sampath Chari. He's right here. Sampath has been part of PGTI before it was PGTI. He's synonymous with professional golf. I would like to announce to the public, Sampath.
As a token of appreciation, I would like you to sign this ball and present it to him.
Okay, the token of appreciation is because today and in this tournament, believe it or not, Sampath has been the chief referee, the tournament director for 900 events. 900 events. That is unbelievable. You have been the backbone of PGTI, not only PGTI, I think professional golf in this country. I don't think anybody knows professional golf or golf in this country more than you do. Sampath, we are grateful from the community of golf, from every golfer in this country, and especially the professional golf, and especially from the PGTI and my president, Mr. Kapil Dev. Really appreciate your being the backbone of PGTI. So let me give this little signed ball. I'm nobody of golf, but I'm still delighted to present this ball to you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I hope you shall cherish this and remember that we were together in the 900th tournament that you be chief referee and tournament director. Thank you.
Sampi, exceptional achievement. We are truly grateful for all your endeavors. Thank you.
I want you to say a few words to Indian golf and to the professional golfers.
Well, gentlemen, there's really nothing much to say. It's just the passion and dedication that I've been having for a long period of time, which I still continue to have. And you know, when people like Amandeep and Vikas and you know, all the players, they accept me, that is my success. You know, once the players accept you and you work for the players, you're on. If you do things wrong on the golf course, no player is going to accept you for. This is my 27th year, by the way. So if you work for 27 years and the players accept you and they like you, that, you know, is success. The numbers come in because they like you. The numbers are there because they want you to be there. And people like, you know, Amandeep and the CEO of PGTI, they encourage you. You know, the best thing about the job that I do is I have the entire freedom. They've given me the entire freedom to do what I want, as long as I do things correctly, as long as I do things by the rule book. And that is something I, you know, absolutely assure them that's what is happening, that's what will happen. So, you know, it just goes from there. Be sincere, be honest to all the golfers. And let me tell you, those of you who are, you know, just looking at playing golf, there are people, you know, who may not end up playing golf, but you could be fantastic administrators in the game. You could be, you know, there's so much to learn in golf, and refereeing is a part of it. Read books, you know, learn rules. It's going to help you. It's going to help all of us. Thank you very much.
We don't just like you, we love you, and I'm going to give you a big hug for being part of this journey. Thank you very much. Really appreciate and proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Sampi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, a little emotional few moments there from the CEO of the PGTI, Amandeep Joel, has taken over from last 16 a few months ago, and real words of wisdom from the tournament director Sampachari. Do your work honestly, do it without fear or favor, and the players will accept you. See, he has taken no credit for himself. He's just, because I've been accepted by the players, I am where I am with these numbers that you're talking about. And before, of course, before Amandeep, we had Uttam Singh Mandi, who did a sterling job as PGTI CEO for 15, 16 long years, helped, you know, give this body direction, and Amandeep, along with its president Kapil Dev, giving it further impetus and new direction once again. And a really fine gesture, I think, on behalf of the PGTI to recognize this, you know, the sterling service and the kind of. But Mr. Chari here was being very low key. The players live in, let me tell you, they live in terror of him, because he is the one who cracks the whip when it comes to, you know, keeping time on the golf course. And boy, do they know when he is chasing them, they respond. They know they better do. So it's wonderful to see this little moment in front of you all. Yeah. Rakesh, I'm sure you have your thoughts on this as well.
Yeah, sure. Because I know Chari for more than 25 years. And there was a week, I remember we were in Srinagar at the spring, you know, the Royal Spring course, beautiful course. I think one of the best in the country. And that was also the time when Chari was on a fitness drive. He had lost, you know, tons of kgs, I must say. He was looking super slim. He was following a certain diet, and then and every evening he would run. I mean, after doing the job for whatever 8 to 9 to 10 hours on the course, you would actually find him, you know, going for a jog. And that was also the kind of track where then Chief Minister's son Omar Abdullah would actually come on a, you know, like on a bicycle. So you would see Chari running ahead and Omar Abdullah on his bike. So I still remember those days. And he would never talk about, you know, his fitness and stuff. It's only when I asked him, I said, "You seem to have lost a bit of weight." And Chari, being as modest as they come, he was saying, "No, nothing much. I'm just looking after my diet a bit." But then, of course, he really worked towards it. So here you are, 27 years of service, great service to professional golf, and of course, he's a terror. No question about it. There's a lot of people who have taken up golf. After he took over the reins as the tournament director, and they haven't seen anybody else in their careers. Tournament after tournament, they see the same face, and of course, he has earned the respect of players and the administrators alike. So, all the best to Sampachari. It's 900 and counting.
My head is still spinning at the number. 900 tournaments. 900 tournaments.
That's 900 weeks.
900
yeah.
weeks.
That's a lot.
Wonderful. Great stuff. So, feed one, the group of Badal Hussain, Dhruv Shivran, and Arjun Sharma. And on live feed 2, we are seeing the final rites being played out in front of you of the Ahmedabad Open Golf Championship 2025, presented by Indusind Bank. Sri Lanka's and Thangaraja safely in the lead. And Dhruv Shivran putting on the 17th green. 621-yard par 5. One of the longest obviously on this course, and probably one of the longest in the country. Badal Hussain is up next. Arjun Sharma, the third member of this trio, has putted out. And on live feed 2, we're seeing the lead group teeing off on the par 3 16th, where Manu Gandas a little while ago almost had a hole in one before picking up a shot, making a birdie to retrieve his round somewhat. And it started well, went into a bit of a decline at one point in time, but we have seen him bounce back. And in all of this, another veteran, M. Dharma, also a man from Bangalore, has quietly crept up the leaderboard. He's currently in 6th place, and because he has completed his 72 holes, his score of 1 over par 289 is actually now the clubhouse target. Even though Thanga is way better than that, but technically, I think Dharma's 289 is the clubhouse target.
Rahul, you said your head was spinning by the very number of that mention of 900 events. Just to simplify it, if an individual had to do week after week 900 events, that would actually come to something like 17 years and 3 months of non-stop golf without missing a single week. If you had to do it on the trot, 900 events would be spread over 17 years and 3 months.
That's perspective for you, Rakesh. Thank you. 17 years and 3 months of non-stop
Non-stop, week after week. That means you work for 4 days, 3 days for travel, and moving from one event to the other, doing the pre-event, all the work, looking after the event. On the eve of any event, and doing it for more than 17 years. They say that at 21 years, a child comes of age. Once he or she attains 21, and the same thing about 18 years for a girl. So imagine you are doing it almost for a generation.
Chari used the word passion. I think it's more than that.
Much more than that.
But it's brilliant. This is the sort of dedication that builds golf sports traditions. That's been part of our lives for close to 4 decades. Between you and me, it's 8 decades now.
True.
This is what builds the sport. This is what builds sport. This is what builds sports histories, the communities, the traditions. So great going. One more flight with our hovercam on this par 3 hole 16. Manu Gandas just missing out on acing this hole. Today the flag a little more in a slightly friendly place. than it has been on previous days. Much further down the green, of course, from this shot. And our leader, Thangaraja, looking for some sort of clarification, not sure about something. He's straight offline. So now he has to cater for this bit of an upslope that is in front of him on the apron of the green, then the green itself, and then a slope down towards the flag. Not going to be an easy putt. He's in the tricky. Luckily, he's inside the rough line. Had it been on the verge between the two, or he's swapped his putter for a wedge. Sensible thing to do. And he's checking again with his caddy. Where do you want me to land the ball? Where do you think I should land the ball? Which is the best place? I don't want to leave it short, and I don't want to overhit it. 15 holes completed, 3 holes to go. Sitting on a lead of 8 strokes on 10 under par. The Sri Lankan. Thanga opts to bump and run the ball on this par 3 hole and sends it to what should be for him a fairly straightforward convert, because he is not let anything slip by him. Keeping a clean card, 15 holes completed. This will be his 16th, and he has yet to drop a shot on this final day of the 2025 Ahmedabad Open presented by Indusind Bank. In your picture, Harinder Gupta, who started off in 3rd place in the morning, has lost ground somewhat. He is now currently 4th by himself and looking to at least climb his way back into a share of 3rd, which is currently, or 2nd. If he picks up a shot where between this and the 18th hole, it will take him back to 2 under par. He's currently 1 under for the tournament. 3 under once again, as he was yesterday. Harinder Gupta from Chandigarh, now in 4th place. 1 shot behind a 2-way tie for 2nd between Mysore man Chandra, who's 2 under par for the tournament, 2 over for the day, and Italy's Michele Ortolani, also 2 under for the tournament and level par for today. But in the front, untroubled leader by 8 shots, a man from Sri Lanka, and Thangaraja, now literally 2 holes away, 2 holes and maybe 2 putts, 1 putt away from his 5th PGTI Tour title, 12 years after he won the first one. Chandra making very sure of his line. A birdie here will give him sole possession of 2nd place. Rakesh, and you have done the math earlier. I'm sure you have a better idea of what it means to the final check between shared 2nd and sole 2nd. Must be a fairly healthy amount.
It's a huge one, really.
It's a huge amount, isn't it?
Yeah, the difference between if you just look at the sole 2nd and the 3rd spot, if you can make it okay, if you're looking 2 people sharing the 2nd spot, that means you add up the prize money of 1st and 2nd. That comes to about 16 lakhs, close to 16 lakhs, just under. It is 15 lakh $99,800. So even if you hold it at 16, so it comes 8 each. But if you win it outright, you get 10. So that 1 putt could be worth 2 lakh rupees, 2 lakh and $200, to be precise.
Rupees.
In terms of rupees, yes, in terms of rupees. Gosh. Because it's a 1 crore event.
You had me,
so
you
I'm sorry, it's not dollars.
For a couple of minutes. And Thanga drops his first shot of the day. He knew it as soon as the ball left his putter face that he had messed it up. And all he can do is smile, because
that dry smile you can make out. But of course, nobody likes to drop a shot. But here on this day, in the given situation, the kind of tournament situation that we are in, he wouldn't mind that. It's definitely not going to hurt. Yes, it's going to blot his card just that wee bit. Otherwise, he was having a pretty clean card so far.
Goes into the final two holes, still seven shots clear. Maybe six if Yashas has actually converted that. If that is indeed a birdie, which was when he putted it, which he putted in front of us. So if that was indeed a birdie and this a bogey for our leader, then it becomes a six-shot lead. Still plenty to play with for Thanga. And in the group just in front of them, second man currently in second place in the white shorts, Michel Ottolani. The PGTI having allowed shorts from the previous event this year, although immediately before that. Sensible decision considering the fact that we are essentially a tropical country and a large part of the golf is played through the heat of summer and the monsoon. Ottolani now with his approach shot on the 621 yard par 5 17th hole at the Kensville Golf and Country Resort. If he does finish here, Rakesh, it will probably be Ottolani's best result on the PGTI.
On the PGTI.
At least.
And those talking about, I mean, those interested in numbers or stats, the record winning score or the record winning margin on the PGTI tour stands at 11 strokes. That was won by Mukesh Kumar, who shot a 21 under to win the 2008 Madras Gymkhana Club golf. I'm sorry, it was a Tamil Nadu Open Golf 2008. Incidentally, Mukesh also held the record in the pre-PGTI days when the sport was governed by PGAI. He held a record of, that was a crazy record. I think it was something like a 27 under, or rather 30 under 250. That was a score because it was not a par 72 hole course at the Kutub Golf Course way back in April 2005, which was a DDA Open tournament. He shot a 30 under, and his best round was 59 under. That was 11 under 59. So the course was a par 70 course there. And once the PGTI was formed, soon after that, we heard, we saw the same Mukesh Kumar, who has ruled in the domestic tour like no other, bounces back and makes a new record of 11 under at the Tamil Nadu Open. So today, of course, it looks unlikely that record would be broken. But Thangaraja is right up there, comfortably ahead of the field. So let's just look at Thangaraja's career, Thangaraja's the kind of success that he's had on the Indian soil. And he's been pretty consistent, as Rahul also said, that he has already won 4 times. A short while from now, he's going to grab his 5th without a doubt. And it's not just his success, at the top. I think his consistency is what has stood out. Consistently, he's been among the top, at least top 4 to top 5 finishes season after season. And there you see action on the course.
Ankur Chadha, I think, nailing his approach shot on that, literally having the ball dance around the pin for what should be a welcome birdie. For a man who's set off this morning in good shape and currently finds himself down in a share of 9th place. 3 over for the day, 2 over for the tournament. Previous rounds of 71, 74, and 70. So we've just seen the scoreboard updated. Rakesh, as we were discussing, Thanga has indeed dropped his first shot. We now have confirmation. While Yashas has indeed picked up a shot. So we do have a 2-shot swing, but it's come a little late in the day. The margin now drops from 8 shots to 6. Thangaraja's 9 over for the tournament and level par for the day. Yashash Chandra MS 3 over for the tournament and 1 over for the day for Championship Friday. So that there's some movement there, but unfortunately not enough to create any real excitement. Just make sure, probably that Yashash will has a chance of finishing in sole second place and that much more money in his pocket than he would otherwise
Yeah,
have.
just under 6
At the end
lakhs.
of the day, look, that's what these guys are playing. Let's be very clear
Let's
about
face
it.
it, yeah.
You know, we may be counting scores and margins and histories, and bottom line in an hour or so from now is the fact that these 2, 3, 4 guys are going to be collecting fairly healthy paychecks, and the less people you have to share your money with, obviously, the better it is. Arjun
That's
Sharma
true. I
coming
agree.
close on a lovely long putt on his closing hole at this event. The Ahmedabad Open 2025, presented by Indusind Bank. The genial man from Greater Noida plays his golf at the JP Greens.
So that one shot, should the last two holes end up as pars, or if they both match each other's score, Yashas is going to stay ahead of Otlani, not just by the one shot, because that one shot is going to prove to be worth 4,200,000 rupees.
Yeah, so now it's a clear cut 1, 2, 3, 4 situation
Yes,
from by the looks of it. 9 under for the tournament, 3 under, 2 under, 1 under. Harinder Gupta still hanging on to the top 5. Varun Parik at one time was way up the order. He was joined third at one point in time. But those two bogeys after making the turn, Rakesh have dented his hopes.
Yeah.
But he's still sole fifth. So he's one ahead of Dharma, who's back in the clubhouse on 1 over 289 for the tournament. Badal Hussain, another man in the wars, been in the trenches all day. Seen some mostly lows, not too many highs, unfortunately for him.
See, Harendra, he's looking at finishing the round with a second successive 75. Now, 3 over in succession, and still you're holding on to the second spot. That speaks for itself in the sense that it's a reflection of how tough this field has been, how others have struggled. If you just leave out the champion to be, all others have struggled. They've had pretty high scores. Thangaraja's, even that par round of today, even that has kept him out of the harm's way. So it's a reflection of how everybody has struggled. If you see the top three, so far it looks like a par, 1 over par and par. They've been struggling to break par on this day. And that's why, Dharma's 2 under for the day has seen him jump to the tied sixth spot. Whereas Manu Gandas has finished with 1 under, and he remains in the sixth spot there. Varun Parekh just about. He's about. He's a couple of shots ahead of the rest, so that shouldn't hurt a lot of people. Varun is there on par. That means he's 1 shot ahead of the rest of the people. So, should he par the next 2 rounds, he'll hold on to the 5th position. So Rahul, we're actually, on course of seeing a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no shared spots there.
These boys are going to be celebrating, obviously. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Who finishes in what order?
True.
They are not, like I said, they're not going to be sharing any of the moolah. What's theirs is theirs.
And those interested in the numbers, the first prize is 15 lakh rupees. Second is 10 lakh rupees. Third is 5,99,800 rupees. Fourth is 4,99,800 rupees. And the fifth is 3,99,900 rupees. So all these will go individually to those taking those spots. whereas from the sixth spot onwards, that is sixth is 3,50,000. Thereafter, it will be shared. So far, that's how it looks like, unless somebody jumps from the sixth to the fifth spot, and
But that's unlikely because all of the three who are currently in shared sixth rackets
Yeah.
are all finished for the day.
yeah, but then
So someone has to
but then
fall out
if-
of
yeah, but then if if we have the fifth spot currently with Varun, and Varun has two shots to play, should he drop a shot?
Yeah, so someone can fall out now. Nobody
then,
can climb up.
Yeah,
there.
nobody can climb up. Yes, they all have finished. So
Arjun Sharma is just finishing off in front of us. The group before this is Otolani on the par 5 17th. He's done with the penultimate hole of the 2025 Ahmedabad Open. Presented by Indusind.
penultimate hole also means that was the last par five on the hole.
That's
Mostly you see that the last hole of the course, more often than not, is a birdie hole, a par five. But on this course, this is the penultimate one, so that leaves them with a par 4 18th.
Varun Parekh standing over the ball on this last hole of his championship. Has a driving iron in hand. Put away the 3-wood, put away the driver. Just opted for a driving iron on this par 4 closing hole. Makes very good contact. Finds the center of the fairway. Balls are rolling. I think he's opted for the conservative approach here, Rakesh. He doesn't want to give away a shot now. He knows that he's pretty much in. If he's following what's happening, if there's a leaderboard or an indicator close by, he would know that he's now. Oh well, he's.
Yeah, usually
he's actually climbed up into fourth place.
Yeah.
He's birdied the 17th, the par 5.
Yeah.
So he and Gupta are now in a tie for fourth.
Usually around the 17th, you do have a leaderboard, not as like big as the one around the 18th, but usually around the 17th you have a makeshift.
So then he would know that
leaderboard,
just play safe now. Maybe if he can even pick up a further shot,
yeah,
that would take him to what? Into a share of third place.
Yeah.
He and Ortolani are both in the same group, so they will keep an eye on each other.
Yes.
For sure. Yashas Chandra unfortunately will need a pair of binoculars to keep an eye on Thangaraja. From a telescope, it has now become a binoculars because it was 8 shots ahead. Now it's 6 shots ahead. So the Sri Lankan finally coming into sight around the bend, so to say, into the home stretch. If he loses a bit of racing parlance over here.
Yeah.
And Otolani now on the tee box also with a driving iron.
And we've been talking about the leaderboard being pretty tight. If you just leave out the leader, rest of the guys are not separated by much. There have been some major gainers down the leader order. I mean, the leaderboard. You have someone like Stefan Denek from Czech Republic and Pukhraj Singh Gill. Both have jumped 20 spots today, following rounds of 2 under. Chandrajit Yadav, by just shooting 1 under, has taken a leap of 10 shots. The same applies to Maniram. He has also jumped 10 spots. And all these people are sharing the 16th place. So it gives you an idea of how difficult it was for people to do it. And M. Dharma, again, he shot a -2 for the day, and he jumped 8 spots to be part of those sharing the 6th spot.
I think Thanga is beginning to let his guard down a little bit and now finds himself in a bit of strife. Luckily, this is a par 5, but still, I mean, he just now will not want to give away too much over here. This is exactly what I think he has been guarding himself against all this while. And just coming into the last 3 holes, he just looks like to have taken his foot
He
off
just
the
lowered his guard
accelerator
just
just a
that
little
way,
bit.
but
But then again, that's not
it's not going to hurt him,
damaging.
yeah.
That was off the edge of the green. He's not in any rough along the fairway. So that was his third shot that went. Second shot maybe that went a little long. So he's back on the dance floor. No real damage done.
I think even if he plays with his putter from the fairway on the next hole, he's still going to win it.
That's
it's
giving
huge.
his putter a lot of
work.
structural, not just work, structural strength. It has to be a really strong putter. He's going to hit it 350 yards down the fairway.
No, from the fairway. I mean,
you mean from
I'm
the
talking
fairway?
about the approach. Yeah,
I thought you meant
tee shot,
not the tee shot. From
definitely
the
not.
tee itself.
Yeah, definitely not the tee shot. I said
That
from the fairway. If he
Okay.
begins his approach, I think he can just finish the job and still seal the title.
But believe me, it's just last week I actually heard of somebody who uses his putter of the tee box. It's a putter 120, 130 yards.
Some putter, I must say.
Some putter. That's exactly what I thought when I heard that story.
Yeah.
I think it's a story. Lovely putt there. Just grazing the edge of the hole as it went past.
I like set shots. Well measured.
Gupta trying to make up a little bit of ground if it's possible for him. He does have a second birdie of the day somewhere a little earlier down in the round. But it's been a hard ride for him. So from where he was on day 2 yesterday, he had a hard day. Three over yesterday, and he's currently at 3 over today as well. Despite the 2 birdies, because he also has 3 bogeys and a double bogey on that card. So could we see another 2-shot swing here, Rakesh? Because Yashas, if he's putting for birdie, and if our leader bogeys once again, so the margin, which is 6, will come down to 4 with the last hole to play.
To the last hole to play. I still
So
maintain that.
Now you can feel the excitement building. So imagine had the
been
margin
a little different,
been
about
5, say 5,
even less, yeah.
or not. It's
Now
not
it is 6.
9.
Now it is 6 as of now.
Yeah, it was 8 at one point, right?
Yeah, it was 8.
So imagine if it had been 5. That would have been brilliant. But Thanga was so dominant in the first 2/3 or 3/4 actually of his final 18 holes. He's given nobody a sniff of hope.
At least on this day, you don't have a single bogey-free round, thanks to that birdie from Thangaraja on the 16th.
He was actually giggling when he missed it.
He missed it, yeah.
He was actually giggling and he punched his caddy, I think. More out of what the hell was that?
Par 3, you miss a birdie.
But we also seen him turn in the best card of the tournament. That opening 7 under. I think gave him a very good feel of what this course needs and is required. Yesterday on the second day, it was his putter that went cold and let him down a little bit. But thereafter, he seems to have brought his game back on track. And again,
good shot.
We saw Gupta miss the hole on the high side.
So he's not going to miss anything here now. After that lovely
Thanga
first
missing
putt,
it on the low side. And Yashas Chandra somewhere in between. So as things stand with a hole after this to play, tournament leader 9 under for the championship and level par for the day, followed by Yashas Chandra MS 3 under for the tournament, 1 over for the final day, for the final 18 holes. And still a lot to play for in the immediate second and third and fourth behind these 2 guys, because Michel Ottolani and Varun Parekh playing together third and fourth respectively. Parekh has closed the gap to just 1 with a birdie on 17 on the par 5, which Ottolani got only got a par. So all to play for. And we saw them hit off on the 18th tee, all of them using irons. Gupta making a nice, confident putt there on 17, penultimate hole of this championship, presented by Indusind Bank. For a total prize fund of a crore of rupees, you just heard Rakesh give you the breakup of the individual prize amounts. 15 lakhs to the winner, 10 lakhs
10 lakhs to
to the
runner-up.
runner-up,
Yeah, 5 lakhs separating the winner and the runner-up.
and some amounts of money. And more importantly, also placing on the PGTI Order of Merit, which at the end of the season, Rakesh will send the winner, the topper of the rankings list to Europe.
To Europe.
That's the big prize.
Yeah.
On to the final hole for this group.
We were talking about how the Indian golf has grown under PGTI, formed in September 2006. It's almost 2 decades now, close to 2 decades. And what we have seen is that the domestic tour has gained credibility, it has gained credence, it has gained in stature. It attracts world championship points. The winner of it goes to the European tour, and that kind of that playing right on the tour, that itself is a huge incentive for everyone. And what I like is that Indians have taken these small steps. They haven't really aimed too high, but the kind of building the base, building the foundation. I think Indian golf has really made that progress, and increasingly it looks sound. It has been able to get the sponsors even when the times were difficult. We saw how they could, kind of shorten the calendar. Obviously, they couldn't have had the full calendar. Things were put in the deep freeze, and rightly so. You couldn't have had players traveling during the pandemic. And thereafter, if you see how they've brought back the sponsors and reignited the spark all over again, and a lot of credit goes to those who have worked behind the scenes, and that has been fantastic. And I give credit to those who don't normally come to the forefront, and they work silently. And the on the organizational front too, on the technical side too, I think this game has got some excellent people, some excellent hands doing the job. And I just wish and pray that it gains from strength to strength. And I mean, once it moves from strength to strength, you'll have also see that at the top with Kapil Dev around, and with his kind of a persona and kind of contacts, and it really gives PGTI a very different look. And credit again to those who have worked silently. And they've been looking at innovations, raising the price fund, and it impacts the livelihood of so many people. So if you look at the overall picture, the entire ecosystem around which golf has grown in this country, in just close to 2 decades, it's quite phenomenal.
Very true. Hotulani putting on the final hole of of his championship, the 72nd. He gives himself a little tap in. What should be par? That's his championship done. No great expression on his face, fairly calm. Shakes hands with his caddy.
As we speak, Rahul, we are back to where we started the day. The gap between the winner, I mean, the potential winner and the closest contender is down to 5. This is exactly where we started from. 5 shots separated Thangaraja from Yash's Chandra, and with 1 hole to go, we're back to 5.
Long putt there. Coming up just a little short from Mankochada. But Parekh will be up next.
Bogeys in succession from Thangaraja also means that the top five finishes, none of them is going to break par today.
It's a remarkable testament to the course, then, and how it's been set up to sort of really test the players. Again, we're going back to the fact that the PGT is returning to the Kensville after 6 years, so a lot must have probably changed since they last played here. There are many new faces on the PGTI who have never seen this course in its professional setup before. And even the older hands would find something new, something different, something challenging over here. Warren Parekh standing over his ball, what he would want to be his last putt of the championship. Unfortunately,
the old story.
stopping about a foot short of what he would have wanted to be the last putt. Finishing rights, there's a finishing on a level par, so they will probably finish as and where they are. 2 under and 1 under for third and fourth place. Michel Ottolani taking third provisionally. Warren Parekh holding on to fourth place provisionally, and a share of fourth rather with Harinder Gupta. That could change because Gupta is playing in the group behind. He's the final flight that contains our event leader, whose lead, like Rakesh pointed out a minute ago, is now down to 5, where it was when the day started. He had swelled it to 8 at one point in time over his pursuers. But Yashash Chandra has plugged away at his job what he needed to do, despite dropping a double bogey on the ninth and then three further shots on the back nine, but then recovering with two bogeys, while Thanga now obviously feels like he's coasting towards his fifth PGTI career win, dropping shots successively on the par 3 16th and the par 5 17th, where normally he would have been pushing for birdies. Chandra now with his final rights of the championship. And gave himself a little bit of a heart flutter with that one. Ball running around the edge of the cup before falling in. Handshakes all around. He will finish a top 10 finish. Not a bad thing on a tough course like this. 2 over par will be his final score. 292 over par 290 on this par 72 course. 288, of course, being the level par score, and just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players at the moment under 288. Our leader, Thangaraja, is 8 under the mark. Second place, Yashash Chandra, currently in your picture in the white, switching clubs at the last minute. Hanging on, holding second, not hanging on, he's holding second place on 3 under par. Michel Ottolani has just finished his round in front of us. 2 under par. Varun Parekh too has finished his round in front of us. 1 under par. In shared fourth, the second member of which is the man in green on your picture, Harinder Gupta. Started the day in third, has dropped back 1 place. Yashas now with his approach shot. But just leaving it on the apron. Not too happy with that result. Championship leader Thangaraja with club in hand sends the ball on its way. Clear blue skies today. Wind obviously being less of a factor. At least we haven't seen that much of action either in the trees or from the flags around the course. Gupta now with his approach shot.
So he has a very awkward
Very
backswing.
handsy looking in front. Not much of body there. There was more hands than anything
I mean,
else.
this top.
And he's also on. He's perplexed by what he did over there. But at the end of the day, you can't really blame. This is a testing course. It's been a long 4 days. 7,210 yards is just what they have played over, not counting all the walks in between, so on and so forth. So yeah, Thangaraja is obviously
He's just marching towards
now just marching towards his
the
paycheck.
clubhouse. Yeah.
I think I'm just looking at the numbers now.
Yeah.
Marching
Numbers
towards his
don't matter.
paycheck, sharing a few jokes with his caddy. Obviously, his countryman, fellow Sri Lankan by the and second place man from Mysore, Yashas Chandra. He's a quiet guy. He's not a very demonstrative or a very outgoing person. Yashas. I've been. I can't say closely following him, but I've been following him for a few years and really hoping to see his get that win against his name. He's a talented man, hardworking bloke, very quiet, very decent guy. Comes from Mysore, which is also a temple town.
Yeah.
Also the
And let's
seat
not
of the royal family.
forget
in
that as an
Karnataka.
amateur, he won the national games gold medal.
National Games gold medal a few years ago. That's correct.
And I was just thinking, I was looking at the leaderboard, and Yashas and Harendra, they both were a part of the leaders group. Both had a double bogey 7 on the 9th, but when they sit down after the round, I think both are going to be left with contrasting feelings because Yashas, for him, that double bogey is not going to hurt him much because he said, look, I was still way off the eventual champion. So even if you give me a par on that hole, I would still be second. Whereas Harinder would say that you give me those 2 shots back and I would jump ahead of Varun Parik. And, that means it's worth a few more lakhs. So that's how things are. It just depends on where you're placed. Same result on the same hole. But at the end of the day, when you sit back and you review your game and you look at it in terms of the returns, yes, those two will have completely 2 different answers.
Well, the final set of players on the last hole of the championship. Yes. The first to putt, he has the longest distance to traverse, almost the entire breadth of the green, and he's opted for a wedge, flying the ball onto the putting surface.
In this trio, I think Harindra is the only one whose paycheck is going to look at a little different if he can birdie. For the other two, a birdie or a par makes no difference. Harindra doesn't know what to do. He's really looking perplexed. He's left it far too way. I mean, it's really way off the flag. It was rather ill-directed. The pace on that last shot was also not the way, I mean, he would have loved to have, but yes. That sums up his play for the day.
In fact, Thangaraja's finish today reminds me of the finish at the Hero Indian Open last year. Kita Nakajima came to the final 3 holes, final complex of the DLF, which is the 3 tough holes, counted as 16, 17, and 18.
Yes.
Leading by something very similar, something like 7 shots. And he had bogey, but they still won by 4 or 5.
Still won, yeah.
So it's very similar. This was pretty much exactly the same scenario there. And he drops yet another shot, I think.
Doesn't make a difference.
Probably another bogey for the man from Sri Lanka. Bogey finish probably to his campaign for a 5th.
Second?
Pardon?
Was this his 3rd shot? Yeah. Or a 4th?
I think he will finish with a bogey.
With a bogey here,
yeah. By the looks of it, yes.
By the looks of it, yes, because I think he's still enjoying it.
He was over the green in 2, chipped back on in 3. And this was his par putt.
This was a par putt, okay. So, see again, this is the kind of shot that's not going to hurt him one bit.
He knows that.
He knows it. He knows it. Yeah.
The final numbers are only for us to talk about.
Yes.
And what will go into the record book. So what matters to him is what's written on the check.
Yeah, what's written on the check, yes.
Yeah, that's the only writing and the numbers that he is concerned about. Not 5 under, 7 under, or 10 under. He couldn't be. I don't think he's. At this point, maybe at some point later in his career, you might think, I had a chance to make a record. But right now, the only numbers he wants to see are what will be on the winner's check. So why not? I mean, that's what they play for. That's why they're here.
True.
Completely understandable.
In Yash's doesn't make a difference what he does here. It's just that he's assured of the 2nd spot. A $1 million check. A 1 million rupee check, rather.
Sounds nice.
There it is. The last spot.
Actually, if you look at it this way, Rakesh, back home in Sri Lanka, if you convert from even Indian currency to the SLR, the Sri Lankan rupee, it's 3.5 million rupees. That's roughly the conversion rate now. 1 Indian rupee is 3.5 Sri Lankan.
Okay.
So 10 lakhs or a million Indian rupees is 3.5 million Sri Lankan rupees. He can celebrate, he can enjoy, he can smile. Sri Lankans, in any case, love this. I think they smile more than anything else. They're wonderful people, generous, happy people, and so good to see. This real hardened veteran of the PGTI bring home his 5th tour title. I'm sure his fellow Sri Lankan players waiting close by to help him celebrate. As are his playing companions. Yep, there he is. There are a few of them. Prabhakaran is there. So this is, this is a very good day for him. He deserves this. At one point, we were talking about the ratio and the thing of the win. It no longer matters. He has won his 5th.
Clinched it with ease. Yes.
Clinched it with ease. Done a great job of it.
Smiles all around.
Well deserved.
There it is.
Well deserved.
Well deserved. Well and truly. There you are, our champion. And what he picks up here as 1.5 million in Indian rupees, which when converted to Sri Lankan rupees, comes to over 5 million.
I beg your pardon. It was 15 lakhs. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, it's 15.
So that's over 5 million.
It works out to 5.1 million.
That's right.
In Sri Lankan currency.
That's right.
So he's a rich man today. And has every reason.
Rich man, poor man, was certainly a very happy man.
Happy man, and probably this is his biggest check from the Indian domestic tour, from the PGTI tour. I don't remember anybody, any Sri Lankan
look at the
winning.
prize money figure from the 2023 Vizag Open, which was his last win. Maybe it was a crore then, I don't remember. But if
how
it
many
was
years
not,
ago was that?
That was 2 years ago.
2 years ago. I doubt if we had too many 1 crore events.
Ever since
on
the
tour,
DP, the tie-up with the DP World
Yeah,
Tour,
yeah.
the prize
The
money
quantum,
events
yeah,
have
the entire prize
headed
money.
towards the 1 crore mark on a regular basis. But if it is, then it will be definitely match his
Matched
best.
it, yeah. It hasn't
Definitely
gone
match his best
beyond
earnings
that,
from
yes.
here.
So there you have it.
That's the final score, isn't it?
A 5-shot winning margin for Thangaraja. And Thangaraja, well, in what it really means is the king of gold or a golden king.
Right.
So that's what it means. So today, this king of gold is richer by another 5 million in his home currency, which is the Sri Lankan currency. And in terms of the prize money from the organizers, it's 1.5 million in Indian rupees in this 1 crore event. So it's a fat paycheck for the Sri Lankan and very well deserved. Look at that margin up there. 5 shots is fantastic considering the kind of total that we have, a winning aggregate of 280 over 4 rounds, which is not something that you often see because normally it's the scores are much lower over 4 days. Considering it's just 280 and the second one is just 3 under par. So you have only the top 5 finishing with subpar scores for 4 rounds. And just, I mean, this is in such a sharp, it's in such sharp contrast to what we saw last week at Chhattisgarh. It was more than
27 under.
27 under for the tournament. So just compare these 8 under to 27 under and things fall into some kind of a perspective. The kind of challenges that the golfers faced over 4 rounds this week. So let's have some glimpses of the journey of the day. It's like we're just rewinding it for the benefit of our viewers and how the day went for some of them.
Well, the last rights of the event being highlight package brought to you of the final round of Ahmedabad Open presented by Indusind Bank and Kensville Resort in Ahmedabad. Sri Lanka's and Thangaraja winning 5 shots with the tournament score of 8 under par 280, winning by 5 strokes from Mysore's Chandra MS, who finished with 3 under par 285. Michelle Ortolani of Italy taking sole third place on 2 under par 286. Varun Parikh of Ahmedabad and Harendra Gupta of Chandigarh sharing 4th place on 1 under 287. Nobody finishing level par. The next best score after that, M. Dharma of Bangalore, Manu of Gurgaon, and Chandra of the Uttar course of Delhi, tied 6th place on 1 over 29. Nobody finished on level par 2. Dhruv Sharan and Arjun Sharma finishing together at 9th place on 2 over par 2. It's been a tough, obviously been a tough struggle over this long course, 7,210 yards. And it's only the one person who obviously had the measure of the course was the winner. And it's only because he took his foot off the pedal at the last 3 or 4 holes that the margin came down from a much more dominant 8. It was 8 strokes at one point in time. Those 2 drop bogeys and 1 birdie in between from Yashas, bringing the margin down to 5 strokes. But at the end of the day, it doesn't make any difference. The winners check don't depend on the margin of result. So 15 lakh rupees is what will go to Thangaraja. Yashas walking away with 10 lakh rupee check on his own, but still winless on the PGTI. And I'm sure it will start getting to him at some point in time. The number of close finishes he has had, of course, this is not a close finish, but he was second in terms of the final result. Adds to the growing number of top 3s and top 5s and top 2s and top 10s he has in the course of his career. So, of course, he's only 29 years old, a man from Mysore. Time is very much on his side. It's just on the day he will bring it all together, is going to change. So from us here, from me, Rahul Banerjee and my co-commentator Rakesh Rao, Rakesh with his thoughts on the event that played out in front of us. Of course, Sri Lanka and Thangaraja winning 8 underscore, the Ahmedabad Open 2025
Thank you so much, Ron. Yeah, as we have come to the concluding phase of this tournament, a 1 crore prize money event on the tour. We have a champion from Sri Lanka. He knows how to win in India. He's been here, done that, and he continues to do it. And making it to the top 3 was young Yashas Chandra, the former National Games champion during his amateur days. Played very well. In fact, finished with rounds of 72, 70, 70 and 73. And in fact, his worst round of the tournament came on the last day, whereas Thangaraja matched his worst of 73 on day 2, followed it up today, that is, but his round of 65 on day 1 and 69 on day 3 made the difference, and
we welcome you to the prize presentation ceremony of the Ahmedabad Open Golf Championship 2025, presented by Indusind Bank. We witnessed some fantastic golf this week at the second edition of the Ahmedabad Open, presented by Indusind Bank. The cut went at 7 over this week. The tournament featured some top-notch performances by the likes of Thangaraja, Michele Ortolani, Harendra Gupta, Yashas Chandra and Manu, to name a few.
Finally, the most consistent performer prevailed. Now, to start proceedings, I'd like to invite here in the prize presentation party Mr. Amandeep Johal, CEO PGTI, Mr. Lokender Malik, GM Kensville Golf and Country Club, Mr. Shrey Sinha, representing Kensville Golf and Country Club, and Mr. Rakesh Mehta, Zonal Head West, Indusind Bank. I would now request Mr. Amandeep Johal to kindly say a few words.
Thanks, Nikhil. We make you feel richer. I think that's the Indusind tagline. And that is what I want my PGTI players to feel. My professional golfers want to feel richer. Thank you very much, Indusind Bank, for this fantastic sponsorship, for this fantastic partnership. And then what my president Kapil Dev always say, we care dil se. That too. So they are going to care for us. They're going to make us feel richer. And we can't be happier to have Indusind Bank as our partner and this week's presenting partner for the Ahmedabad Open 2025. It's been a fantastic week. I think the applause says it all. My professionals have loved it. I think Loki Malik set it up very difficult, which is why there are very few underpass scores. But I think it was fair. The weather gods, the wind, I believe, was very high in the first few days. And that's why the scores and the cutoff scores went a little high. But nonetheless, thank you very much, Kensville Golf Club. Thank you very much, Loki Malik. Thank you very much, Shrey, for having us and playing host for this week. We love this venue. I wish I was playing, but I'm very happy that my professionals have had a good time. Rakesh Mehta ji, thank you very much for coming and gracing this occasion. I also want to thank Ravi Shah from Indusind Bank. He's a great golfer from Indusind Bank, and thank you very much. He plays 36 holes every Sunday, so that is fantastic. Also my other partners, Choice, Rolex, Nissan, Amrutanjan, Bisleri, Athletic Drive, Golf Plus, ABPLIVE, Vivek, thank you very much. Your production has been really good. Thanks to you, the entire country and the world get to see fantastic Kensville Golf Club and my players performing. Waves OTT, that's Doordarshan. We've had a good partnership with them. Special thanks to Sanjay Shah. I think the players have enjoyed your food. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a very special occasion for PGTI, and I want to announce it first, and then I will call upon the legend, Mr. Sampath Chari. It's his 900th event. He's truly a legend for us all. He's longer than PGTI, he's longer than professional golf, he's longer than everybody. And he's the backbone of PGTI. 900 events as a tournament director. It's not a joke. Thank you, Sampath. Please join us here. We are proud to have you. Proud to have you. Thank you. And my entire PGTI team with Vikas, Nikhil, JP, Prabhash, Arushi. She's a fantastic addition to us. She brings social media to another level. Poonam obviously at the back. Wilson, Allah Razi, Mukesh, aapke bagair ye tour nahi chal sakta. Thank you very much. Pramit, Shahnawaz, new additions to PGTI family. Jeetu, Diksha at the back end. Gagan Chadda, Pradeep and Vikas looking after the accounts. Thank you all. And finally, a thanks to Vivek from ABP. And thank you to all my professionals. I want to congratulate Thangaraj for a fantastic week and a very convincing win. You've taken the trophy away from India, but you've kept it in the Indian subcontinent. That's what I'm happy about. Many congratulations.
Thank you, sir. I'd now request Mr. Lokender Malik to kindly address the gathering.
Well done, Thangaraja. Congratulations. Many congratulations. Thank you, Amandeep. Thank you, Sampath sir. Thank you, Mehta sir. Thank you, Shrey. And I would like to first thank you, my team of my supervisors, Praveen, Suresh, all irrigation guys, all F&B guys. Thank you very much for putting up such a beautiful course. My machine operators, my workshop in charge, Bhupat, they have done an excellent job on the fairways, on the greens, on the tees. And I was talking to all the pros. In fact, the top pros were telling me it's a fantastic track that we have given to them. It's a championship track, and they have really liked it. Thank you very much, all the pros, to come here. And we have got you after a gap of, I think, 5 years. And we would like to continue it again every year. We'll ask them to put the Q school also here if they like the track. Thank you very much. That goes a lot of work for you guys. आप लोग के लिए बहुत काम है अभी. Thank you very much again. Thank you everyone. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, sir. It's now time for the plaque ceremony. I would first request Mr. Amandeep Johal to kindly present a token of appreciation on behalf of PGTI to Mr. Shrey Sinha, representing Kensville Golf and Country Club. I would now request Mr. Johal to kindly Pachari, Tournament Director PGTI, for officiating in his 900th hand for 900, a major landmark. He has it all. I would now request Mr. Sampachari to kindly say a few words.
I will. But guys, thanks a lot. I mean, 900 is a big number, you know. Over a period of time, when you come across it and you realize that you've done 900, it's a long way. And I've been here since 1998. And if I've been here since 1998, it's just thanks to you people. You know, you've accepted me, the mistakes that we've grown together, and I still continue to grow. I just got fired about half an hour back as to why bunkers were raked today. You know, why they became soft. I should have intimated to the members. So it's a learning curve. We keep on learning. And as long as you have the dedication and the sincerity, you know, it's a wonderful game to be part of. People ask me, when the hell are you going to retire? And the only answer that I give them is that as long as I can contribute to the tour, as long as I can do something for the players, you know, I'd love to be there. It's a great game, and it's a wonderful learning process. And, you know, once again, you know, thank you very much to all the players, you know, for having accepted me for the last so many years. We've had our own differences of opinion always. That should be there all the time. You know, otherwise you stop growing. And of course, I was just the CEO. They have so much of faith, you know, in me that, you know, whatever work on the golf course, especially, you know, I hardly have any kind of disturbance from them on setting up. It's all entirely my work. And of course, you know, I do it a lot with the course manager wherever I go. I think we do a decent job. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Huge landmark, 900th event officiating. We remember Muthaiya Muralidharan in cricket taking 800 wickets. This is the biggest thing in golf, 900. We are now going to announce the winner of the social media contest, and I would request Mr. Lokinder Malik to kindly present the check of rupees 10,000 for the best reel of the week in the PGTI professional category. And the winner this week is Ankur Chadda with the best, most innovative reel.
I don't know if you saw that. That was absolutely fantastic. So it was. So another career coming really? No. I'm going to play some great golf. Well done, buddy. Well done, Ankur. Good for a new career? Yeah.
Congratulations to Ankur. Great job. We now move on to the top two prizes, and I'd request Mr. Rakesh Mehta, Zonal Head West, Indusind Bank, to kindly present the check to the runner-up. Yashas Chandra with scores of 72, 70, 70 and 73 for a total of 3 under 285. He's been knocking on the door for a long time and we are sure he'll break open the door soon. Check for prize money of rupees 10 lakh. It's now time to announce the winner. And I'd like to request Mr. Shreyas Sinha, representing Kensville Golf and Country Club, to kindly do the honors by presenting the trophy to the champion, Thangaraja of Sri Lanka, his 5th PGTI win with scores of 65, 73, 69 and 73 today for a total of 8 under 280. A massive 5-shot win, and he's getting a grand welcome there from the coach staff. The man from Colombo, Sri Lanka. His 5th PGTI win, his first since 2023. A dominating performance today. I now request Mr. Rakesh Mehta, Zonal Head West, Indusind Bank, to kindly present the check to the winner.
That's the most important part. With the trophy and the check. Yes, come. No.
Are we done? Okay, it's time for the customary winner's speech. So would request the winner to kindly address the gathering.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Gujarat Tourism, Indusind Bank. Thank you so much your support. PGTI, all sponsors, Kensville Golf Club. But very beautiful place, nice golf course. Condition is so good and play so well. Beautiful golf course. All the players, all the caddies, thank you so much. Special thanks my wife. Thank you so much, darling. You give me a good support. My home course, Royal Colombo Golf Club. Thank you so much, all members. Thank you so much, Kensville. Give me a full support. All the support. Thank you so much. Oh, sorry. PGTI staff, thank you so much. JB sir, Sampath sir, everyone, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Beautiful golf course. Thank you. Sir.
Congratulations to the winner. Once again, winner, can you please collect your trophy from here? Many congrats to the champion, a man of few words, very shy individual, Thangaraja. He lets his clubs do all the talking on the golf course. Finally, before we wrap up, we'd like to thank presenting partner Indusind Bank, associate sponsor Gujarat Tourism, host venue Kensville Golf and Country Club, Mr. Lokender Malik, GM, Kensville Golf and Country Club, Mr. Sanjay Shah, who's heading the F&B here, all players, referees and officials, and of course PGTI's tour partners, a big thank you to them, Rolex, Indusind Bank, Victorious Choice, Nissan, Bisleri, Amrutanjan Electro Plus, Golf Plus Monthly, Athletic Drive, ABPLIVE for their fantastic coverage, and Waves OTT by Prasar Bharati for also beaming the pictures live. Thank you and look forward to seeing you all next year.